Переступим через гори ми, яким би не було високим, попри дим у небі бачить добре здобич сокіл. Перекосимо зубами, не сон, та й не спокій. Повір, ми йдемо вперед, навіть коли не чути кроків.
Вовкам не личить, хилить гриву. Вовки не знають страху в будь-яку негоду. Їх присяга від часів Кия, Щека і Хорива. Кріплена потом породистого народу. Вовк сумлінно чекає, коли з'явиться наступний щур. Зграє слід замітають духи вільного дощу. Вовк одержимий перестрашеною здобиччю. Чи колись здобич верталась, ніхто не чув. В шинелі срібній твердий норов хижака. Зброю закріпить шрапнелю січена рука. У вовка лиш одна мета — гарантувати твій світанок. Від Береславу до Краму на сторожі його вулкан. Там всі чужинці лісу траплять під приціл. Пророкує страту імператор бойових митців. Працює тільки на механіці, під покровом двох стін любові й праці.
Переступим через гори ми, яким би не було високим, попри дим у небі бачить добре здобич сокіл. Перекосимо зубами, не сон, та й не спокій. Повір, ми йдемо вперед, навіть коли не чути кроків.
Вожак очолює примхливих, коли фрагів нема, вирує параноя. Чутно вража туша тут, значить хтось буде щасливим. Для сакрального танго потрібні двоє. Булава не звабить того, хто на тих говорить з тінню. Вірність тримає, хто гаслу. Іду на виблиски золота чужі тому, хто зі смертю на рівних. Кого хоробрий в бою породив, пролягає шлях у тьму. Древній ліс вмикає чари, він ховає шум бадьорих, яким в засідці не спиться. Вони люти убиватимуть цих покручів почвар, доки не розсіє морок Геліоса колісниця. І кожен тан зустрінуть там високо підняті голови. Гартованих на волі не приручить поводир. Моїй ватазі спека мати, а батько холод. Пантеон полеглих, незмінний командир.
Переступим через гори ми, яким би не було високим, попри дим у небі бачить добре здобич сокіл. Перекусимо зубами, не сон, та й не спокій. Повір, ми йдемо вперед, навіть коли не чути кроків. Переступим через гори ми, яким би не було високим, попри дим у небі бачить добре здобич сокіл. Перекусимо зубами, не сон, та й не спокій. Повір, ми йдемо вперед, навіть коли не чути кроків.
How do you like this? The Special Operation Forces of Ukraine. This song is dedicated to them, and I got their flag yesterday. Or today, I think, maybe even today. But the Special Operation Forces soldiers sent it to me. Yeah. Hi guys. Love the song, Rick. So yeah guys, this is their flag. Special Operation Forces. This song is dedicated to them. The flag is theirs, and right now we're raising funds for them. And we have a chance to support these guys. So let's fucking do it. Let's support them. I'm angry today. And this anger helps fight the darkness. You know, it is something that these guys are fighting with. You know, this is not the raffle item this week. They still need to sign it because they sent it to me without any signatures. And I will send it back to them together with the white marker, and they will sign it for you. And you guys will get the chance to win the flag of the Special Operation Forces someday. But not today. Today we have another mind-blowing flag, but let me show you this one once again. Maybe that is a problem, the secretness? Maybe, but, you know, just giving us their call signs might not be a problem. I'll ask. The flag is badass, indeed. So, they have chosen a wolf. Remember, just like Ivan Sirko, who could turn into a wolf, these guys are wolves. They are the best in our army. The Special Operation Forces... well, they are accomplishing the hardest tasks. They work behind the enemy line. They are silent. They are deadly. And they see everything in darkness. That's basically what you could see in the song if you were reading the lyrics as the subtitles. They were there. So I'm gonna fold this flag, and you know, we have the chance to support these guys for the first time. So SOF there is Special Operation Forces abbreviation. So we guys gotta reach the goal of 3,000 today. So I ask you to send donations and buy tickets with your donations for the amazing flag that I'm gonna show you. So a lot of you have seen it already because you've been donating over a week, being on my streams, and those of you who missed all the streams during the week and just joining today for the first time this week, I have to show you this flag. Give me a second. So the flag is from the 1st Separate Assault Regiment, the 1st Fire Support Company. Please behold. You see, dear Vikings, there's a signature of Viking here. How do I get that in blue and yellow? Order it, probably. I don't know, the other way, sorry. It's black. Or the other one is gray, the one of the Special Operation Forces. So, Vetiku, by the way, hello, and where are you from? And where did you find my channel? Hello, Eugene, which is Yevhen in Ukrainian. Good to see you. Good to see you, friends. Nice flag, nice people, Rick. Zhenya, for the first time in these 2.5 years, we have the chance to raise funds for the Special Operation Forces. And they gave me their flag, and actually even a bigger honor for me, because, you know, flags are awesome, but the patches are something way more different. So they gave me this patch personally for me, and the other one I will be raffling. This one. And they are all, as you can see, worn. They are not the new patches. So this is the logo of the Special Operation Forces. I mean, I didn't even like ask for all of these. And the guy who we help just told me, hey, I want to send you some stuff. And he sent it to me. So I have I have plenty of patches. There's also a trophy patch of the Russian FSB. Yeah, so some kind of special forces of the Russian FSB. They've taken this trophy patch, obviously, in a battle. So yeah, guys, that's such a story. Hello, Monsky. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I'm collecting signatures for our petition to keep Alberta in Canada, but will be listening intermittently. I don't know this word. Intermittently. My fucking God, look at this. Oh no, it's not stuck. I thought the gifted memberships just stuck, but... Okay. Rick Focus. So guys, I have actually a lot of topics to talk with you today about. Yeah, a lot of topics to talk about with you today. Epic patches, yes, agreed. I mean, these guys, you know, they are elite of our army, and I'm honored to be able to help them. Well, we still didn't help them, guys. First, we need to finish the fundraiser. Come on. Donate. But we already got a few donations. Right before the stream, the donation from Johanna from Finland, Johanna's Finlandi. She donated $120 and said, Rick, this donation is to a car for the Special Operation Forces. 6 tickets to me and 6 tickets to moderators, please. Dear Rick, I am so proud to be one of your supporters. Keep up the good work. Все буде Україна, слава Україні, героям слава, Johanna з Фінляндії. Дуже дякую, Johanna. Thank you very much, Johanna. That's what I said in Ukrainian. Then Robert Janosar donated 8,000 hryvnias on the base. There it is, guys, 8,000. I hope you see it on the screen. Give me a second. Yes, you see it. Good. Robert Janosar donated all the tickets to you guys, so you have extra 19 tickets. What's next? Next donation was from Brian R. It was 15 minutes ago. He donated $200 and said, flag raffle tickets. Half for me and half for rollers. Keep up the great work, Rick. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brian. $30 from Amonsky. Amonsky, car for a Special Operation Forces. Thank you, Amonsky. $20 from Paul D. Fella. 2 tickets, please. Thank you, Paul. Paul Deberitz, after that, donated $20 for the SOF tickets, please. Thank you, Paul. Then Mama Disco donated 3 tickets, meaning 3 dozens of dollars. $30. 3 tickets, please, Mama Disco. Thank you, Mama Disco. And Otto Photograph donated $30 and said for the raffle, thank you. Thank you, Otto. So let me calculate how much we raised with this. Give me a second. So the goal is 3,000. 120, then 200, then 30, then 20, then 20, then 30 and 30. So guys, we still need to raise $2,550. And I'm not going to go to sleep tonight. And something's telling me that this is going to be a long night. Because, well, actually, not something, but someone told me that they won't be able to be here today. So we're not getting probably as many donations as on the previous 2 streams. Or as much money. We'll see. But I'm dedicated to reach the goal no matter the cost. So if for that I will have to go to sleep late, that's the price I'm willing to pay, because I'm paying it not for my wealth, not for the wealth of someone else. I'm paying it to save some lives that we do together with you. We don't save them completely, we don't do it with our own hands, but we are given the extra chances for the soldiers to survive with the equipment that we're providing them with. Hello Susan, hello Just Jimmy, Keith Kane, you know they exist, Mama Disco, Tuna Otterson, Keith Kane, Brigitte, Lynn S. once again, thank you Apatox for 5 gifted memberships, and hello to you. Paul Deberitz, hello to you. Nikita Makashev, hello to you. Good to see you. Leah B. Who else do we have there? Johan Matsuta, I already greeted him. Amonsky, thank you for the 10 memberships, 10 gifted memberships. Just Nila, hello to you. Hello Verticu. Verticu didn't tell me where they are from. Verticu, are you still there? Or already left? Hello Elizabeth Rideholm. Hello Wella, and thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Guys, I will ask you to buy some gifted memberships or super chats instead today, because the first few days of this month were not very good. This is why I again need to ask. So right now we have 20 of them. Let's maybe reach, I don't know, 200 today if it's possible. Last time we reached 300 easily before it went broken. So maybe today we can reach 200. What do you think? Why this week should be worse than the previous one? Stacy, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. So that's 25. Awesome. Who else do we have in the chat who I didn't greet? I think everyone for now. Okay, guys, if I didn't greet you, put a message in the chat. I will see your name at the bottom of the chat. So, guys, first of all, I wanted to talk about the good news we had this week, and that's the prisoner exchange. So, our dear Ukrainian defenders came back from Russian captivity, and they were, as always, very happy to come back home, and I'm really happy for them. So first, I think it was 2 days ago. Yeah, the day before. No, actually 3 days. It was on Thursday. On Thursday, and Thursday was the 2nd of October. So Zelensky posted first these photos, and there are a lot of guys with the flags of Marines. That means they are Marines, and we had 2 Marines on the stream a few days ago. Remember, on Tuesday, we had 2 amazing Ukrainian Marines who spent 3 years in Russian captivity. If you missed that stream, go and watch the recording, because the guys are amazing. And Vladislava, the sister of Maxim, who is in the center, they are, sorry, Vladislava is amazing too. So we talked to Maxim and Danilo. They went through a lot of shit in captivity, but luckily, I don't know. There's no luckily there. I know. There is a luckily. Luckily, they are alive, and they came through it alive. Okay. I am thinking. So, guys, the Marines. Let's get back and watch some photos of the faces of our defenders who went through the worst thing that can happen to any person on this earth. They went through Russian captivity. I just had 4 minutes ago, I had a new donation. It's from Lynn S, $20. Lynn, thank you very much for this donation. So with that, we still need to raise $2,530. Guys, please buy the tickets for the beautiful flag that you see behind me. Just look at this. 19 soldiers signed it for you. so we could raise funds for Ukrainian army, and we better raise them. Okay. So here are the guys. Very skinny. Some of them are joyful, some of them are crying. Some of them are crying of happiness, you know. And these workers of the coordination staff are giving them the flags, giving them a chance to call home and tell their loved ones that they are back home. And here's the chevron, or as you called it, a patch too, on off the border guard of Ukraine, on the sleeve of that soldier who just hugged his brother in arms, I guess. It looks like they are. This man got much older in captivity. I believe he didn't look, his hand didn't look like this when he was still free. That's pretty loud. Sorry for the noise, guys. You're back home, the guy was saying. Welcome back. And some airborne too. This is fantastic. I'm really hoping that the husbands of Natalia and Svetlana are back home. Remember those two amazing women. Don't cry, you're the best.
Спасибо, Рана, спасибо. Ничего, скоро буду дома, так что давай. Ты как писала мені...
He's saying, soon I'll be home, my dear. We survived, the guy says. One of the former captives says to another former captive, we survived this. Героям слава! There's so much joy and happiness there, and these guys deserve this. They deserve to be happy. They deserve to be in freedom now. They deserve all the best. We have seen these photos, but we haven't seen this video, I guess. Let's watch it. happy for them. And I think that's the end of that part of news. No, we have more. Let's watch it. They are burning the Russian prison uniform there. When they are being exchanged, they usually are throwing it away, or as you can see this time, they're burning it. And that's like burning the ugly occupier. He says, I'm happy, but my happiness is making me sad. Because my friends remain there.
Ми працюємо над цим, щоб звільнити кожного і кожну.
We are working to liberate each and everyone. I believe in this, he says.
Я вам бажаю, щоб ви
I always believed in this.
зустріли своїх друзів, і вони обов'язково повернуться.
She says, I wish you to meet all your friends very soon. They will definitely come back.
Скажіть, будь ласка, скільки ви часу перебували в полоні?
Please tell us, how long did you spend in captivity?
3,5 года без 12 дней.
3.5 years without 12 days. So in 12 days from the day of exchange, he would be there for 3.5 years. Just imagine, guys.
1267 дней.
1,267 days.
Ви рахували там?
Да, конечно, каждый день.
It's hard to watch it. They ask him, did you count? And he says, yeah, you count there every day. And he started crying after that.
Ну, это я считаю по состоянию на 1 октября. Потому что 2 октября уже, как бы я уже дома, можно и считать.
Yeah. That's very sad.
Я тебя люблю.
Я только пересек границу Украины.
I love you, son, the mother said. And this guy says, I just crossed the border of Ukraine.
Я уже дома.
I am back home. Hello, mother. I am back in Ukraine. Back to Ukraine. Welcome back. Mariupol is here. Mariupol is not given up. Mariupol is Ukraine.
Дякую, дякую. Героям слава! Хлопці, слава Україні!
Це наш дім, наша земля, наш дім. Хай буде чутно всім, хай буде чутно всім, хай буде чутно всім, наче грім.
Yeah. I'm happy for for these guys. By the way, Maxim told me that some of his friends were also liberated in this exchange. They were coming back home. So Maxim and Danilo, they have their friends and brothers in arms from captivity. This Maxim.
Якщо я не правильно розумію. Це її ще називають небезпечна брика. А що там?
I think I didn't take the mic with me. But yeah, Tracy Oceanfire, I must listen out of chat, but this was so moving. Love to all. Thank you for being here, Tracy. And if you have the means to donate today, please do it, because it's getting harder to raise funds lately. And every cent counts, so whatever you can donate, if you can, please do. Thank you. I'm so it's so heavy to see those who return from imprisonment, both joy of them returning and anger at Russia. Yeah, Schnitzy Fizz, I feel the same. Very moving, yeah. You see guys sitting here crying today. But happy for them. It's both happiness and sorrow, you know. Just like that man said, who was exchanged, who that man who spent 3.5 years in Russian captivity. It's a sad day for him at the same time, because his brothers in arms, his friends are still there. And we still need to be their voice, and we need not to forget to support their families. Thank you for being the part of that. Thank you for being a part of Free Azov movement with me, guys. So happy for them, so sad for the families still waiting. May they all return. Yeah, Kathy. Someday it will happen. Someday they will return. Just a matter of time and effort. I am able to again, Rick. Will do. Thank you so much, Tracy. Thank you for donating. Or having the intent to donate. So, guys, I received, I think, 2 more donations. Or 3. No, 2. Oh, maybe I didn't mention the Lynn S. $20 donation. Let me see if I mentioned it. Yes, I mentioned it. Oh my God. Yeah, I am. Yes, I'm checking. So after Lynn S., Niels D donated $40. Niels, thank you. Then Wella donated $100 for the Defenders. Tickets 50-50, please. Thank you very much, Wella. And after Wella, there was a $100 donation from Tracy Oceanfire. Thank you very much, Tracy. Hello, Fuzzy. Good to see you guys. Fuzzy is also going to join us today, and we still need to raise $2,290, please. All tickets for rollers? Tracy, are you sure? Look at this epic flag. It's just like a pirate flag, but with the Espeher rocket piercing the skull of the occupier. Are you sure? 19 soldiers signed this. Maybe 50-50, Tracy? Thank you for doing this, Rick. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you for being here and listening. It's important. Even if you guys cannot donate, please, please be here. Okay, truly epic. Wow. Yes. Okay, Tracy. Thank you. You can actually take all the 100% of the tickets if you want. Prometheus UA says, wow, the flag of Ukraine's Special Operations Forces, that's incredible. It literally took my breath away. And once again, behind this image and inscription stands more than 1,000 years of history. Exactly. Exactly, my friend. I remember your article that I read last week, and yeah, Ivan Tsirkov's story that wolf, you know, these guys are really turning into a wolf sometimes. Well, inside they are wolves. You're doing such an important work here, Rick. Thank you, Stacy. You know, sometimes it's hard to get through, but we're always managing to get through, and hence I lately don't lose faith at all. I just know that I just need to work. I just need to keep leading by example sometimes. Sometimes being led by example, because people that I meet here and in Ukraine and in this community, they really give me the chance to be inspired by them, to be led by their amazing actions. And I thank you for that, guys. Oh, thank you, Andreas, for making the SSO emoji. Thank you very much. Love you guys. I'm emotional today, and right now I feel love and care. Thank you. I feel happy in these hard times. And they're going to be getting just harder, you know. This winter is going to be pretty rough for Ukraine. We're going to have problems with electricity again, because Russians are already actively destroying our electricity infrastructure objects. And if they were targeting the generation of power before in 2022, 23, 24, this year they're targeting the power redirection stations, if you know what I mean. Розподільчі станції. Prometheus, maybe you can help me with this term. Wolves care for their families, just like Ukrainians. Yeah, Tana, you're right. Brigitte says, I'm helping here in our neighborhood. There is an organization and we send utilities to Ukraine. Sorry that I can't donate. No problem, Brigitte. You know, it's very important, but if you don't have the means, then it's important to just be here. And it's impossible for everyone to have the means to donate, so it's all understandable. I just got 2 more donations, guys. Fantastic news. Actually, 3 donations. Nikki Hill donated $20. Nikki, thank you very much for the 20. And she said tickets to rollers. Thank you, Nikki. $50 from Kathy S. Great to see the Defenders coming home. Tickets, please. Thank you very much, Kathy. And Andreas donated $50 and said, much love to you, Rick, and the chat. And it is always good to get ours back. Oh, yeah. It is so good. I guess I can talk for everyone, Rick. We are so glad to know there are people like you on this earth. Thank you. It warms my heart, and it's very touching. And yeah, I am so happy to have such community as you guys. You are fucking fantastic. Love you all. And Slava Ukraini. Glory to all our heroes who give us the chance to support them, to support the Ukrainian defense by supporting them, to contributing to saving some of their lives. This is the most honorable thing to do, so thank you for the honor, Defenders. Thank you for the chance that you give us. Thank you, Brigitte. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you, Cass, for 5 gifted memberships. Guys, if you can buy the gifted today, I will really appreciate it. We have 30 now. Can we reach, ideally, 200? Yeah, that's ambitious, but we did 300 last week. Maybe we can do it this week. Thank you. So, guys, I actually wanted to bring you some not very good news too, so you would perceive the reality as it is. And for that, I need to show you the video of the Deep State. Deep State started working on their YouTube channel again, and they're pretty active in this. So I need to translate, well, voice over right now a video for you that they launched. Give me a second. That they launched 4 days ago. When I watched it, I understood that it's very important for everyone to understand that, unfortunately, the decisions that are being made here in Ukraine, they are not always what they are declared. And some of them may appear much further from the effect that they were supposed to cause, and they can just be like that horse. Remember when you start painting a horse as from, you know, from the backside, and it looks like a real horse, but then it looks like a drawing over 2-year-old in the end. So that's unfortunately how right now it is happening with the core reform. So you know what I mean. The army corps were formed. Thank you very much, Nikki, for 10 gifted memberships. And thank you, Andreas, for 5 gifted memberships. That's 45, guys. 155 left to get to the small goal that I have. But to be honest, maybe instead of memberships, today I should not help, but ask for subscriptions. But I should do it after I get you the video translation. So please, there's nothing to enjoy here, but please listen carefully and patiently. Probably carefully, because what Deep State Volunteer will tell us is important, and everyone should realize what chaos is happening in Ukrainian army because of the improper not set, how do you call this? Not accomplishment, shit. In implementation of some of the reforms. Yes, that's the word, implementation. Just Jimmy, thank you very much for 10 gifted. David 47, thank you for 1 gifted. +1 +10, that's 56. Awesome, guys. Thank you. If you can carry on, that will be fantastic. You are an oasis. Mopsy's gone. Thank you, but am I an oasis when I'm bringing bad news? Like right now, because there's not going to be a good news. And I'm actually not the one who's bringing it. Deep State is bringing it. I'm just translating it for you. So $20 donation just now from Pyra Kurt. He says, I'll match Nikki and urge all rollers out there to do the same if they can. Slava Ukraini. Героям слава. I think gifted memberships still work, so you can keep buying them. Thank you, guys. So, what the hell do I need to tell you? I need to tell you that I am not focused right now. I'm slacking, so let me start translating it for you.
Всіх вітаю, друзі, з вами Роман Погорілий.
Roman Pogorili. Greetings to all friends with you, Roman Pogorili. This is the Deep State Team's YouTube channel, and today we will talk about the situation at the front. But before we begin, I want to urge you to subscribe to our channel. Guys, subscribe to their channel. The subtitles should be decent there, so you will get the news yourselves. Give me a second. Deep State channel. Please subscribe to their channel, guys. This is the most reliable source about the changes on the frontline map. Only these guys you can trust, not some Andrews Perpetuas or other foreigners. Only the Ukrainian sources, not the ISW. Is it S? The Institute of Study of War. Yeah, not any of those. Not those who study the Russian telegram. Only these guys who has the connection to most of the units on the front line, and they can really show you where is the gray zone and where Russians are just installing their flag and being killed instantly. You know how it's happening there on the front line. So please focus and let's listen. I will speak, you will listen. Yes, Rick, even when you bring bad news. Thank you, Brigitte. Let's go. Don't forget to leave your comments and also share this video among your friends, acquaintances, and loved ones so that as many people as possible learn about the situation on the front. Let's begin. We are starting, and we will start our review with the settlement of Pokrovsk. We all know that in the area of the city, in particular in the Dobropilya section, the defense forces are carrying out stabilization measures. Remember, guys, First Corps Azov is constantly reporting about the stabilization measures there. But it is also necessary to pay attention to Pokrovsk itself, where the situation in particular on the southern outskirts, in the southern part of the city, is deteriorating. You see, guys, yeah, it's getting worse there. And if we look at the map now, we can see in particular the settlements of Zvirovo, 1st of May, and Troyanda. Well, 1st of May is 1 travня, and Troyanda. And it is in this area that the enemy is trying to infiltrate the city. He moves along the landings, meaning tree lines, through the positions of the defense forces, which are very few, and accordingly taking advantage of the numerical advantage, tries to drag themselves into the city, gain a foothold there, hide, and set up ambushes. And it is also worth paying attention to the fact that there is a very frequent recording of lesions directly into the city itself. And in the future, the map will most likely change. But we are now clarifying the situation, because as always, it is necessary to look for a middle ground. Among reports, among demonstrations, yes, there are from different brigades, from different fighters who are simply different and not of the same type. But it is still necessary to find out the truth in order to show the correct notation and as close as possible to reality. In the context of Pokrovsk, I would like to immediately move on to discussing the statement of the chief of the General Staff, Mr. Ahnatov, regarding the Corps system, that the Corps have already moved to their areas of responsibility and are carrying out their functions in accordance with their tasks. But at this point, there is one problem. If we can say that Corps have already moved to their own areas, yes, they are divided and the Corps administration is there. But with the addition of brigades and relevant units that must carry out their tasks in the Corps system, they are no longer there. The biggest example that can be taken today is the 1st Azov Corps. Of course, it's not their fault that this happened, because first of all, it's the higher command, their management, that sets such tasks and assigns units to a certain area, but there is one brigade for the entire Corps in the Dobropilya area, which is the area of responsibility of the 1st Corps. This is the 14th Brigade, which performs its tasks and functions there. Otherwise, there is just a hodgepodge of different units and brigades. The Border Guard, the Ground Forces, the National Police, and the like, which are subordinate to this corps or subordinate to another command. Is this effective? Definitely not, because the core system, it doesn't work the way it should work, because the management doesn't work and doesn't interact with its teams. There is no coordination and accordingly no responsibility towards one's people, because today some are seconded, tomorrow others are seconded. There is no coordination in terms of resources, in terms of familiarization with the site and the terrain, which the administration should study, which the corps should study in order to maintain this site for a long time. Therefore, unfortunately, it is impossible to say that everything is working and has already fallen into place. We hope that this situation will be corrected in the future, but for now, we have huge problems. And as it is visible from the outside, the fighters are very unhappy with this inside because there are big problems. The fact that the enemy takes advantage of ignorance there, yes, there are a lot of different creations, such as Teherok, Bateherok, well, battalion tactical groups or just tactical company groups, that bullshit that was supposed to be gone with the core system, but it still remains there, which are created from different units. They arrive at the new area without mutual coordination, without interaction. They just immediately engage in some kind of assault or take up positions. We can also say that we ran away from the O2, from this system. Remember, O2 is the tactical group from the system, reformatted the army and came up with the new challenges. But we have returned in particular to the core-wide system, which changes absolutely nothing. We have control left. Brigades travel all over the front without working in their area of responsibility. And the front is also being breached by the enemy, who is taking advantage of our problems. Let's move on the situation in the area of the settlement of Kupiansk. In particular, let's look at what's happening in the city itself. There is a lot of discussion around it, particularly around the pipe, where some claim that it's still functioning, some claim that it has ceased to exist, and so on. We wrote our analysis about this on Telegram channel, and according to our information, the pipe has indeed stopped functioning. Such passenger traffic from the enemy wide was limited, and they returned to their method of movement, in particular by crossing the river little by little with small groups of infantry. But there is a problem. Since this pipe had been operating for a long time, they had a time to tighten, to get in. Now they are spreading what they have accumulated, in particular in the area of the Radkivka settlement, in the forest, in the city, and now they will try to move towards Myrne and bypass the city. On the other hand, they also recently had a promotion in Kindrashivka. Promotion? What? Not promotion, but they had a success in Kindrashivka. And they're trying to put their claws there in order to control the area for accumulation. No one prevented them, in particular the pilots, from working the terrain. Their mortars are working very actively, and they do not allow the mopping up groups, the cleaning groups who clean up the area from the occupiers. You know, guys, I think we can take a pause here, or at all stop listening to the end of the video, because the most important part that I wanted to tell you about is the core system. And you see, if you understood the conclusion of all of this, or at least the essence of what is he Роман Погорілий? Give me a second. Is he Погорілий? Погорілий.
Всіх вітаю, друзі! З вами Роман Погорілий, це YouTube.
Роман Погорілий, yes. So Roman Pogorely is one of the founders of the Deep State. And Deep State Map is also their child, but not the only product they have. And they basically know everything about what's happening on the front line, but of course not to 100% extent. But still, these guys state what I know from other sources too. Public sources, not like my own secret sources. No, I'm not one of those guys who will tell you that I have those, even though I don't have them. But yeah, let's see. So the core system was supposed to create the units that are gonna have their, like, the big unit core should have 5 brigades in it, right? And those brigades were supposed to be working all together. But the cores were created and those brigades are scattered along, like, across the front line. So there's a big problem here. Basically, we have only the name of the core, but the core is not taking its area of responsibility. I think there are 2 cores that are taking the area of responsibility. I think 14th Corps and maybe, I think the 3rd Assault Corps, it's not an Assault Corps, the 3rd Corps is not. Okay, guys, I'm reading the chat and I am not sure if you're following my point. You're just talking about your own things there. No, wait, Andreas was saying, as I understand, the front line is often no clear line anymore. Fractured defense points with gaps in between. Enemy sneaking past a mass. Controlled chaos. Well, it's not controlled. That's the problem. This chaos is not controlled. Whatever they tell you. So, guys, so much going on these days. I'm mostly listening to everything, not chatting. Okay, Adam Rounds, and Adam, thank you for the 5 gifted before today. I mean, on the Free Azov stream. So, guys, can anyone buy more gifted? Those of you who haven't been buying it yet today. Because we got 56, but it would be awesome to get to 200 today if it's possible, if it's not gonna stuck and stuff. But yeah. So the thing is, the thing with cores is that they build them, but the problem is they are not operating all together. They are scattered across the front line, and nothing had changed. Cores now have the units that are basically connected to them, that are just like shit, what's the English word for that? Like on the work leave to those those cores, you know. So and it's like still a total mess, because those cores, they don't have their own units in their command. They just have some units that are there temporarily, and they cannot even build any proper cohesion with those units, any connection. That's a big problem. This is a very shitty outcome of the core system. Nothing changed. We basically now have those temporary groups on directions, but now they're just called cores, and they constantly have different units inside, which brings chaos. So this is a bit of a mess right now, and yeah, this is just what we have. I really hope in the future we will have a better situation and they finally realize that they need to bring the brigades of those corps to the line of defense of those corps and give them like the constant lines of defense, not constantly send different brigades of one corps to different directions, or even, guys, the battalions of one brigade. Those brigades, they are not even operating in their full capacity. They don't have some of the battalions because they are sent to the other front directions, and so in general, it's basically, yeah, a pretty sad outcome. Let's hope it's not the final outcome. Okay, controlled chaos in my view, Andreas says, because there are no full breakthroughs that the enemy can fully exploit. Exploitate. Controlled chaos is better than full chaos, but still far from ideal, Rick. Yeah, Andres, you're right. It's a controlled chaos after all, because there are no major breakthroughs. But there was one, but luckily it was stopped, so it's not that bad right now. And we can really see, like, it's really, really good to see this, guys. Let me show you that part of the map. So if we go here on Dobropilla direction, you see these green and blue lines. So every other week, the zone of Ukraine's control was getting bigger. Let me make it. Let me go back to the worst point. To I think to this. So you see, first that operation was very successful in cutting up. In about a week, these, how do you call them? These, this breakthrough, right? So let's move then. In 2 more weeks, there are some new blue zones that started appearing here. And right now, yeah, you see they turned into the green line, and here, what is very important is here. Look at this part. You see, so Russian troops were holding this corridor here, so they had a chance to easy move their forces through this corridor because they controlled it. But lately, and it happened only 5 days ago, our forces kind of surrounded them. It's still not under Ukrainian control, this gray zone, but it already is not controlled by Russians. So what Zelensky is talking about in the latest interviews, well, not the interviews, but the press conferences, he's saying that our soldiers surrounded a few thousand of Russian troops. I think he means this. I think he means that. Give me a second. Let me get rid of it and let me move it here. So I think he's talking about the forces, the Russian forces that are located here. So this pitch of force and this one. Or we can even call it all this gray zone still controlled by Russians. So this is something that really is really boosting the spirit of Ukrainians. I don't know about you guys, but seeing this is really gives some hope, because there was this big ugly breakthrough about a month ago, right? This huge one, but now it turned into the deoccupied territory. A few villages were deoccupied, and that's that really gives hope that nothing is lost and deoccupying territory is possible. Rick, what do you think about Scuffy's Tales, Swedish mapper? He's looking at the deep state. Looks like this one. But to be honest, I don't have any opinion to that because I'm not following any mappers, and I'm not intending to. I have no intent to follow any of them, and I don't know. I'm just not interested. For me, it's enough of the deep state, and I don't need any Western sources telling me about the situation on the front line because I have the Ukrainian sources, which is logically the best source that could be there. But guys, this is not the all territory that has been deoccupied. We have another point on the map. Where the hell is it? I think it should be Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. Yeah, it is here. So look at this. In this place, you see here's the border of the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast here. Let me paint it for you. So let me get some probably blue color. So here's the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. Remember, Russians were trying to stick their flag into that border. I mean, behind that border for quite some time. And it was not like they controlled that territory. They were just doing, how can I call it? They were just making it look like they did it. But right now, they already managed to occupy some parts of the Donetsk Oblast here. Sorry, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. So these, let me get closer here. So basically, let me now mark the area that they managed to capture of the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast territory. So here it goes. Here's the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast border. So right now they started controlling some of the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast territory. You see, it is all of this. So basically they are controlling not such a big chunk of territory, but it's already around 12 villages. Маліївка, Январське, Тернове, Запорізьке, Новомиколаївка, Березове, Калинівське, Вербове, Соснівка, Вороне, Новоселівка. But there is some good that we can see here. You see this blue zone appeared here just yesterday. Sosnivka. So basically, Sosnivka and Horoshe, here's also Horoshe, a village with just, I think, one house, a super small village. It was deoccupied yesterday. 2 villages. Novoselivka was also deoccupied because it was already occupied, you see. It was partially occupied. But later it was deoccupied, but went back to the gray zone because Russians started getting into that village once again. So you see they also, like, they broke through here on this side. And now they are kind of threaten this village from the rear, from the back. So the efforts of 225th Assault Battalion here, which is one of the most effective assault units. But the other side of it, guys, what I heard, this unit has huge number of losses due to the assault missions. These days, assault missions are very deadly, and our brigades are losing, the battalions, assault battalions, they are losing a lot of men, not necessarily killed, but definitely injured, and they still are pretty effective, but we should never forget about the price of that. So here's the situation on the front line. Some blue zones that are appearing, but with a huge cost, and Russians are slowly, but they're moving in some places. In many places on the front line, they've been completely stopped. So here, for example, they have, sorry, they have this. You see, they captured Shandriholove just, let me tell you, on 25th of September, and not completely, but partially. And you see they're soon gonna surround Ukrainian forces here. This pocket, or at least this pocket that is being controlled. But hopefully they will get out. I mean, our guys will get out of there alive. So all of this is very unpleasant to watch every day, because like really rarely we have a day where our forces are getting some territory back, but mostly, almost every day, not almost every day, like every day, except for like 1 day per 2 weeks, we see only Russians captured. I have notifications on my phone from Deep State map app. They send me notifications every day. The enemy captured this village. Enemy managed to not break through, but like capture the territory next to this village or near this village or small town. So yes, it is super slow. Their movement is slow, but it's our people, guys. It's all our people. All these villages here, the ones that we were looking at here. People, our people live in these villages. So every time I hear, but Russians are super slow, it's not a problem. Like, look at this, look at the pace. It's not an argument for me, because I really understand that it's broken lives. It's destroyed homes, destroyed families. Families torn apart and literally killed. A lot of people are killed. There was a video last week. I don't know if you saw it, guys, but Russians killed the family of a child and abducted that child to later use the child. I'm 99% sure to use that child to kill more Ukrainians or other Europeans, because Ukraine is Europe. Either European Union wants it or not. Attacking is much more costly than holding land and slowly ceding it. Taking back land is not the most important. Yeah, Paul, you're right. But I always remind you about the price, guys. These are our people who live there on that territory. And every village that you see getting into the red, I mean, I know Russian world. I unfortunately lived under their occupation, and it's such a dark feeling. It's such a dark desperation. And when I imagine those people seeing that desperation getting into their village, and it's a desperation that will kill you, literally. Like when those soldiers are getting into the village, they usually have the command, everyone should be expended, like expendables. Kill everyone. How far from the city of Dnipro is the front line? By the way, Elizabeth, please don't use Dnipro because it's a Russian version. I will show you how to Dnipro without E, just I. Dnipro. That's how it should be spelled. Ah, okay, no problem. I see you. You know how it's done. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Dnipro. How far from the city? We can actually measure. It's pretty far yet. So Dnipro is here. Like let's take the closest point. Where's the measurement? So Dnipro is actually, you see, it has a huge river there. Give me a second. So what do we have here? From this point, let's put it to this point. Still 110 kilometers away. But let's put it from the other point. From this point to this point. even bigger, 117 kilometers. If we talk about Pavlograd, which is a big city here, Russians are closer. They are 72 kilometers away. Pavlograd is a very important hub for Ukrainian army. Let me put another mark. So here Russians are 78 kilometers away. Yeah, so not that close. That's good. That's good because they are much closer to Zaporizhia, by the way, guys. The scale of this war is insane. It is the nature of this defense to fall back as well. It hurts, but a stable line? How? Glide bombs soften the position, followed by massive attacks on the ground. Yeah, man. It's just, and soften the position. Just imagine being softened there on that position. You usually lose your life or health at best. That's what I always remember when I see all of this. This is why it's hard for me sometimes. When I imagine that behind all of these colors and names of the towns and villages, there's always a huge sacrifice of our defenders. Guys, please keep donating because we're stuck right now. Let me tell you what donations I had. So after fire occurred, and it was already half an hour ago. Hey, not half. It was already 33 minutes ago. I got 2 donations after that. One was 22 minutes ago. Laura S. donated $200. And the comment is 10 tickets for me and 10 for rollers. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. And 14 minutes ago, the donation from Levy. Tickets for rollers. Thank you, Levy, for that. And with this, let me tell you how much we still need to raise, guys. Minus 200 and minus 20. $1,930 left to raise, so you need to keep donating, guys. Please donate if you have the means. Please share it with some of your loved ones, friends who can donate. I mean, you can send them my PayPal. If they trust you and you trust me, maybe they're going to be okay to donate today. But I think it's going to be really hard to not sit here until 5 a.m. So please, guys, help me out here. So the flag on the raffle is this beauty, signed by 19 soldiers. And it's a flag of the 1st Fire Support Company of the 1st Separate Assault Regiment of the Ukrainian Army. This is one of the best flags we had. This one is very unique. So please buy the tickets for this one with your donations. I remind you that we still need to raise $1,930. I needed to invite my guests 18 minutes ago, but I just needed to rant a bit, or at least show you the situation. So let me start inviting the guests and apologize to them that I didn't invite them before. But maybe they were watching it and they understood everything. We will see. Okay, Fuzzy. Here's a link for you if you're watching. Yoni, Savage Sage. These guys are next. And I need to send it to Aziza, but I tell you guys that Aziza will join us only in 1 hour and 40 minutes. It's going to be a long time before we have her here as a guest, but there is still a chance. Not the chance, it's certain that she's going to join us. Okay. I think someone is knocking at the door. That's good. And that's Fuzzy. Oh, yeah, Fuzzy.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good to see you. That's a funny background. Very funny.
Oh, hang on, bro. Let me turn you up.
Yeah, turn me up. But
There you go. I can hear you now.
yep,
Yep.
it's a pretty funny background.
Good, right?
And the quality, wow, like
Mhm.
your connection is good today. Where are you?
I'm at home.
You're where? On?
Home.
Home. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. So you, for now, you're not deployed, right?
I go. Well, it was meant to be today, but now it's tomorrow. Yeah. But we shall see.
Yeah, just look at the quality of his image, guys.
Mm.
Looks
It's
sharp.
good, right?
Yeah. It's so fuzzy. Would you be sharing with us what unit did you end up in now, or you're gonna, what? Hold on to that.
I'm going to hold on to it, but I will say we're no longer doing mortars. We are now doing reconnaissance.
Ah. So
So it's a big change from what we were doing originally.
uh-huh.
I think it'll be a good change. We're still trying to like do both, but for now we've kind of stuck with just the one because obviously we don't want to put too many eggs in one basket.
Uh-huh.
So we're just staying with the reconnaissance for now because that's what we wanted to do more for now. And then we'll go off to do hopefully both, but we don't know yet. We don't know, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you already go on deployment, or so it's gonna be just the first time soon, right?
Yeah, so we had a lot of meetings, a lot of like traveling to and from the unit, meeting all the different commanders. We spoke to the brigade commander as well. He wanted to meet us. Really sound guy, to be fair. Was just basically just coming and said like, what do you want to do? And we was there like, what do you want? And then he told us like, this is what we need for now. And we were like, okay, yeah, sound. We'll do that for now then. So that's kind of what we're doing.
Hello, Yoni. How you doing?
Hello, doing
Hello,
well.
bro.
How are you? Nice to see you.
Yeah, you know Fuzzy already, right?
Yes, we were on the same stream 3 weeks ago or
Okay.
so.
Good. Because
We've met, right?
for me, it's harder to remember all the connections that I make here. Give me a second. I'm trying to put everyone on the screen. How have you been, Yoni?
All good, thanks. All good. Nothing too special. Been busy. What
Mhm.
about you?
Good, pretty good. Not the most. How do you call that? Not the most energized today, I guess. I didn't have enough sleep, but in general, everything's fine. Been working as always, but also keeping a good work-life balance. Not only working, but also letting myself rest some days. So it's not bad.
That's important. It's good.
Yeah, and I must say that I still have some challenges to overcome. I'll talk about them a bit later. They are financial challenges, but but we have what we have. This is life, and I'm just getting used to it. Not stressing out about it. I just know that with like if I work enough, if I keep being honest, everything will be great in the end, and I will just work through it. This said, thank you for that super chat, $10 that says money getting tight due to tariffs and increasing cost of goods. Breaks my heart knowing all this was avoidable with a strong US government. Felon Trump has hurt the world greatly. Oh yeah, I kinda unfortunately understand. And it will affect all of us. The world is getting weaker because of the weaker administration. I was about to say weaker Russian administration, but we're talking about the American one, right? So it's something that is becoming similar, unfortunately, lately. Also, I needed to thank who? Thank Levy for 5 gifted memberships, Adam Rounds for 5 gifted memberships, Santa for the super sticker that says My Hero. Thank you, Santa. $2.99 it was, that super sticker. And Martin Bissick, 10 gifted memberships. You know, guys, I will count in the super chats into the statistics of memberships. So let me tell you, +10, +3, +10, +10. That's 89. Awesome. It would be awesome to get another 111 if possible, but only if you have the means for that. Guys, thank you. Hello, Yaroslav. How are you doing?
Hey, everybody.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Hey,
to
nice
see
to meet
you.
you.
Yaroslav, I probably didn't tell you that you're not going to be the only guest, but I wanted you to meet the guys. This is Yoni. He is
Nice to
from
meet you.
Finland, and he's a big friend of Ukraine, a fundraiser for Ukraine too. And Yaroslav is a Ukrainian who lives in the United States right now. He moved there before the full-scale invasion. Fuzzy is the Ukrainian defender. He was a mortar guy. I cannot say was, because he doesn't know it if he's soon to happen reconnaissance, maybe also turn into a reconnaissance / mortar. So yeah, we kind of have
the shit's everywhere, bro. I'm just going with a flow.
Fuzzy sounds British.
Yeah,
I am British, yes.
All right.
he is British.
Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet
Great
you.
team.
So Yaroslav is a historian, and he is his YouTube channel is about fighting Russian myth, their propaganda, the international propaganda. You know, about not
One video at a time.
yeah, not Russian though, Moscovian. So he
Moscovian. Yeah.
is dedicated to show the real face and the real historical, how do you call them? Facts. Yeah, that they basically
The true nature.
Yeah, they basically destroy
The true
all those
colors.
myths.
Yeah.
So I like his work, and welcome. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation, and excited to meet new people.
Okay, I'm at the same time working on putting everyone on the screen. Sorry, guys, that it's taken too long. Now you finally can see Yaroslav. I'm not Yaroslav right now. I'm Rick. That's good. You won't be confused.
All right.
Because there's Yaroslav and there's Rick. Okay, so guys, I was talking about the cores before. Corpse. They are spelled corpse, but you call them British, and Americans, you call them
British.
cores. British,
Core.
yes. Core, exactly. So, did you guys know that even though they were implemented and they took their lines of defense, there's still a core right now is a mix of different units that are not part of that core, and they are just it's the same situation. They are operating, not operating, but they have the units under their command that don't belong not even to their core, but even to their type of forces. So for the National Guard Corps, for example, the first one, the Azov Corps, that is right now controlling and managing the defense of Dobropilla direction, they have only one brigade of their corps on that line of defense, but the other units are the part of the DSHV, which is the airborne and police yeah, there we have some police brigades. There are also, how do you call those? Not National Guard. The PSU is the border guard. Yes, they have border guard there. So they operate different kinds of units, and only thanks to a great organizer skills of Regis, meaning Denis Prokopenko, the head of the First Corps, they were able to build a proper defense there, and they are deoccupying territory there. So in good hands, even a mixed corps can be effective. So it's not that bad, but it's still not how it was supposed to be when the corps were implemented in the first place. They were implemented to make it a stable line of defense for the fixed units of the corps, so they would have a good cohesion between them, and they won't be a temporarily assigned units. So, yeah, if you have something to comment with, guys, please do.
I listened to what you said earlier before we joined, and when you were showing the video by Deep State. And obviously, it is an interesting topic and a big issue, but at the same time, I don't think that anyone really expected the core reform to happen suddenly and fast, because obviously before the core reform, you already had all these different battalions from different brigades and regiments that were kind of like mixed up in different areas of the front, and that had some advantages, but also a lot of massive disadvantages. But moving from the previous situation to an actual core system where each corps has their own area of responsibility is just a process that is going to take a lot of time unless you're ready to take some big losses in territory and suddenly just move units away. Or if you have many extra units in rotation that you can use for the change, then it's possible. But as Ukraine doesn't have that, I think that it's not that surprising that it takes time, and I think that it will take more time. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes way longer still before it actually starts working. But I think the concept still sounds very smart and good compared to what was there before. I think there's still potential for it to work, but I wouldn't be surprised if it still lasts 4 months before these units start operating as a core.
Yep, no, totally agree with you, but just we need to state not the obvious in this case, but the situation. We need to call it as it is. It is right now not fully functioning cores with their units, their own units in disposal in their line of defense. Those units are scattered around the front line. And of course, it's almost impossible to build it up the way it was supposed to be, because when the brigades will leave the zones of responsibility, they will just probably lose that territory, because that's how lately it is happening. During the rotations, Russians like to use that advantage and get in. But yeah, that's the situation. There are other topics, but maybe Fuzzy or Yaroslav want to talk about that. About the previous one, the core system. You're muted, Yaroslav.
Curious about how you guys think the Moscow Empire is going to collapse. I mean, it's definitely going to collapse, just a question of when.
Yeah.
And what's going to be the trigger. It's kind of like an interesting scenario playthrough.
Good
maybe
question.
Crimea will be the trigger. Maybe Yakutia will be the trigger. Maybe, I don't know. Anything can happen.
I usually don't, I just cannot but speculate about this, because there are so many factors that are affecting that. This is why I would probably like to keep it shut right now, because I'm just not competent in this. And even if I would like to dream, I would say It will be a
How about
chaos there.
a scenario where, for example, people in Donetsk region that are without water and they started protests?
Not happening. Not in Russian world. No protests.
Not even without like
Yeah, not even without water.
a giant region-wide protest in Donetsk, Luhansk, and they wipe off the whatever government has, and it sends a chain reaction toward down the line, down to Dagestan, down to Chechnya, down to Yakutia, and especially with the new mobilization coming up, it's gonna. I think that, and the economy and the gas shortages, it just all colludes into one.
Well, the gas shortages is a very good reason, but not. You see, it's not going to happen with, in my opinion, with protests, because that's what they're bad at. Because Russian system works this way, and I lived there. I lived in Donetsk, and I know those people. They will just bear through all of this. Whatever they get, they won't go on the protest. They will just. How do you call that? Be grumpy on the kitchen, you know. They will just tell to each other that it's bad, but sometimes they don't even see the reason, and the reason is Russia. Just because it invaded that territory, they, like in most of the cases, that they don't even blame Russia. It's like something that is happening.
The cause and effect in their head is completely off. Like, they're genuinely surprised why there are shortages of gas. It's like, yeah, I don't understand. How can people be surprised? Like, oh, why there is a gas shortages? I've seen many videos of Russians being bewildered why the gas prices are so high. Like, how can you not know that your refineries are being blown?
Yep. This is the Russian mentality. So what protests are you talking about if they just don't understand where the gas shortages are from?
The protest is on their knees begging for Putin to hear them.
Exactly.
That's their protest. Yeah, I mean, then again, I keep wondering how it's going to go down.
Yeah. There was a scenario that happened in 2023, right? Yeah,
Prigozhin.
With Prigozhin, but unfortunately, they are not letting any other military leader to arise now. After Prigozhin's case, they learned that lesson. Putin learned it. His closest friends and subordinates also learned it. So I don't know. What will it take for such a leader to arise once again? It took like a lot of resources of Putin's oligarchs to finance Prigozhin, you know, and there's no such Prigozhin anymore. No one like him. What do you think, Yoni?
I think that it could be a long process, even if the direction is the right one and so on. But I think that it's, as you said, it's not that easy to make Russians protest. And Russia still has some tools in terms of once they run out of funds, they can still increase taxes. They can still sell more things cheaper to China and North Korea, and they can still get North Korean troops, more mercenaries, more prisoners, more all sorts of things. So I think that clearly the direction is the right one, and there's no other option than to try to outlast them and to increase the long-range strikes on their economy with the refineries and so on. But I think that it might still take quite a lot of time. But I'm still quite optimistic with the increase in production of drones and missiles and so on, and the development of new drones. I think that it will still cause some damage that Russia has not seen before, because the drones have quite small warheads and their hits on the refineries are not that impactful. But once you start hitting the refineries with cruise missiles and ballistic missiles, it starts really destroying them more and getting them offline for a longer time. So I think that the direction is the right one, but I wouldn't hold my breath. I think it could take years. Anything from 6 months to 20 years, something like that. I think that's my guess.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing for certain, there are not going to be any protests unless Moscow goes hungry. So until we see some blackouts and gas increased it in Moscow. It's
Yeah.
the same economic scenario in Soviet Union until Moscow went hungry. Nobody cared about the regions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
yeah,
Only Moscow. Yeah, you're right. Maybe also
Yeah.
St. Petersburg, but
no, just Moscow. Yeah,
so
nobody cares about everybody else.
yeah, and we in Ukraine right now are preparing for a pretty rough winter because Russians changed their tactics, and instead of striking the power plants, they started striking the, how do you call that, infrastructure of the lower level to distribute the electricity. How do you call those stations in English?
I know the
Distribution
word.
networks.
What, Fuzzy?
I know the fucking. Hang on, bro. I'm gonna cheat. I know this word, but I can't fucking remember it. Power station, maybe. I don't.
No,
Fucking...
not the power station.
I've given up with life today, mate. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. I can't even think.
I thought the native speaker will help us. Yaroslav, what did you say?
Distribution network, I think.
Yeah, we can call it this
Yeah.
way. Substations. Yes, they are attacking. It's rollers helping us. But yeah, basically the distribution network that is built of substations, they started attacking them. And in Chernihiv, there's already Chernihiv Oblast, not just in Chernihiv, the city. The whole oblast now has a huge problem with electricity. So instead of, damaging the power plants, damaging this kind of infrastructure, the substations, it will be harder to repair them actually. And if you have it's not like even harder to repair. Maybe it's going to be hard to repair power plant too, right? But look at this. So if your power plant is done, you can redirect it through the different substations to your clients, let's call them this way, to the houses. But if you have the working power plant but don't have the infrastructure, the substations, to direct it to the people won't get it. There's no way to get it then. So that tactic really probably gives us the perspective of a much harder winter than in 2022. It may be different. I would love to be wrong, but it's better to prepare for the worst to then not be too weak and unprepared. So right now we're just trying to remember how to use EcoFlows, power banks and stuff. Well, actually my PC is always connected to the EcoFlow. I didn't even plug it off. Probably it was a mistake because it is always working from the network, and that means probably its batteries won't be in a good shape. You need to decharge it sometimes, but I think it's still gonna be working. Anyway, I didn't use the additional battery. I also got it, so that battery will be in a better shape, definitely. But wait, it was just standing there in my apartment in the box for 1.5 years. Maybe also not a very good idea. So
Fresh.
we'll see. But what we were talking about, why I started talking about the blackout, because when Russia will do it to us, we will definitely do the same to Russia. This basically, you have seen Belgorod, right, in their power plant being attacked. It was a warning. It was not such a response. It looked more like a warning. So we can do it too. We can both play this game. So the blackout in Moscow that may lead to some protests. I hate this word when we're talking about Russians because I think it's impossible, but who knows? Some unrest. Let's call it unrest, okay? Because protesting and killing the Russian militia on the streets is different, right? That unrest is a typical Russian unrest. They just like to take guns and start shooting each other on the streets, how it was 100 years ago. So I think this time it won't be different because it's deep in their mentality, and I think they should dare to try to destroy our electricity infrastructure this winter, they will get a response that will be really damaging for their own electricity infrastructure. So the next question here, the next variable, I think, here is Trump and his administration, and all those rumors about the Tomahawks, which we can't use. We don't have the boats for them, and I doubt that they will give us a rocket boat together with Tomahawks. And
you can actually, there are ground launchers for Tomahawks as well, but
as I heard, 3.
Exactly, like a very small number have been built, but there are a few.
Yeah,
but, no, I agree. It's a bit. I wouldn't hold my breath on the Tomahawks neither. That's maybe not one, but I think both sides, Russia and Ukraine, have been saving up missiles for the winter, exactly for the reason that you talked about. So that once Russia starts, I mean, Russia, a lot of their hits this year have been mostly drones with very few missiles, and now they've started to use more and more missiles again. So, for example, last night I think there were 50 missiles or something. And in the winter, I think they will increase the number of missiles once again. And then what you explained is going to happen with Ukraine sending its own missiles. Ukraine is also getting those light, cheap cruise missiles from the US. I don't know if you saw, but they're under Biden. They made this plan to create very cheap cruise missiles with a couple 100 kilometers of range that are air-launched from F-16 jets. And Ukraine is getting 3,000 of them from the US that Europe is paying for.
It was that ERAM or something?
Exactly, that one. And I think it's not very stealthy and probably quite easy to shoot down, but Ukraine is also getting a lot of them. So I think those will probably be hitting a lot of the areas close, not at the front line, but not too far from the front line. And if Ukraine can add some drones and cruise missiles and ballistic missiles to that, it can cause some real pain for the Russians as well. But Russia is gonna, as you said, hit Ukraine really hard as well with its own missiles. So no easy times ahead.
Yep. Well, we'll see what will happen. Maybe this winter will get easier, will pass by easier than we think right now. Yaroslav, you wanted to add something to this?
Yeah, I think this is a really good example of peace through strength. I agree that Belgorod was a demonstration that we're doing tit for tat, and the warning, and why Ukraine exposed Flamingo in the first place, to show that Ukraine has that capability and for Putin to think twice, because peace comes only through strength with Moscow Empire. And this tit for tat, you commit a blackout to us, we'll do a blackout to you.
Yep.
This is the only strategy that works, and this is what, unfortunately, Europe and United States have forgotten. Still trying to negotiate, still trying to... I think recently in some airport, was it Munich, they're preparing blankets and pillows for the delays of the flights again. Like, instead of responding, they're preparing pillows and blankets, and we're so doomed.
Well,
yeah.
Today, Stronenko, in his video, he said, like, sometimes he's thinking, yeah, why Europeans are not responding properly? Why are they not? Why are they so passive, right, or something? But then he said, wait. But then I thought, what about our citizens of Ukraine after 2014? A big part of the country just wanted to not notice the war and stick their head in the sand. We were doing that when our country was already partially occupied. We Ukrainians were not really active and not really responding properly. We still had Russian musicians and all different art workers freely coming to Ukraine and doing concerts. And now we realize, and after 2022, that Russian culture is also their weapon that they're using for their propaganda, a sneaky one. But they are also, we had a free not the trade. Yeah, we had a free trade with Russia. We were not really putting any sanctions on Russia ourselves, and we had a free path. So like no visa regime with Russians, so they could easily cross our border, whoever, yeah, basically. So we and then he concluded, like, considering how we were acting in 2014 and after until 2022, now Europeans are now actually being braver and more bold and active, acting more acting much better with more response. So it's not that bad. I wanted to bring a bit of optimism into this, Europeans are not doomed, I guess. What about the British? Are they doomed, Fuzzy? What do you think?
Staying on topic regarding the media back in 2014, I remember actually seeing, like, when the media, like BBC News, for example, they were actually like reporting on it back in 2014, but it wasn't for long. It was only for like a month, 2 months, and then it all basically stopped. And then, if I'm being completely honest, I never heard of Ukraine since 2014 up until 2022. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was never really mentioned at all. And I understand you had like ATO going on and stuff like that, but it wasn't spoken about, But I suppose like any media, like when it really booted off, everybody had decided to jump on the bandwagon, and they were there like doing it for views, not because they actually cared as such. Which to me is a big problem, because the problem, when I actually came to Ukraine and I learned more about it, the problem has been going on for a lot longer than what people had thought, because it's not spoken about at all. So I wouldn't say Europe is doomed or anything like that, but I definitely do say at the moment there is an agenda that is being pushed in some form of way. Because it's like my mum sits there and tells me, like, well, Ukraine's never on the news now. It's all about something else, So what I would advise people is look for, if you actually want to learn about real news, don't go to like these big news companies on the telly. Look at like individual journalists, like independents that are on like X and stuff like that. Because that's where you're going to get the real news from. But no, I wouldn't going back to Europe and like the UK. I wouldn't say the UK is doomed. I definitely think there is a lot of problems at the moment. And I understand a lot of people in the UK as well, like even some friends back home, they're all very much like, we just need to stop helping Ukraine. Like, we just need to start focusing on ourselves. And it's that, hang on a minute, and they're not pro-Russian. They are, pro-Ukrainian. I wouldn't even say pro-Ukrainian. I'd say they're neutral, and they understand, what's right and wrong in this situation. They're very well aware of that. Like, the Ukrainian side is very much the victim here. But no, there's just so much like politics in Europe now, and so many issues that aren't being addressed. And I do think a lot of it, personally, for example, in Poland, you've got a lot of illegal immigrants trying to cross from Belarus into Poland. Now, for me, that is a Russian psyop where they're just trying to flood a western border with illegal immigrants to basically take off the general publics and like the citizens of that country, take their mind away from the fact of there is currently, drones flying over their country. So I do feel like there is a lot of propaganda as such being pushed, and like Russian psyops being pushed into Western media, and the Western media are currently, they're taking the bait on a lot of it. But no, I wouldn't say Europe is doomed as such. There is a lot of problems and things need to be fixed. But obviously at the moment, as I say, Russia isn't helping any of it really. If anything, I would say they are definitely making it worse. Same as I feel like the Russians are definitely having an effect in the US. Even though they are very far away, You know, like they're not bombing them or anything like that, or flying drones over the US. You know, but they are doing like cyber warfare, I would say. You know, very much. For example, on Twitter, well, X. You know, on X, they're doing other things on there. You know, where they're trying to push specific agendas, which are just completely like nonsense. Just to basically go against anything and everything, you know, that would benefit Ukraine or a NATO country or Europe as a whole. But that's me personally, you know.
And I think when you said that the Belarus border thing is there to make people forget about the drones are also there to make people forget about Ukraine in a way. So even the drones are psyop in a way, and it's Russia trying to push the discussion and the response to that area instead of it being in Ukraine. Just a side question, Fuzzy. Do you wish that safe houses would look like the stuff that you have as background? At first, when I saw this, I thought I was a real safe house or something.
No, mate. I really enjoy it. The shittier, the better. I prefer them to have no roof because then I get air conditioning, especially in the winter. No, I'm joking. If they look like this, like things would be going incredibly right. Like I probably wouldn't be on the stream. Like,
especially the sunset. You know, I mean that room looks like it's sunset there.
it's I've got the coal burning in I.
Oh, okay. Yaroslav, you've been silent for a minute. What do you think about what we were talking about, Fuzzy and Yoni? And I also remind you guys that we had 2 elections. That one was pretty successful, like a win for Europe. The other one was not, probably a win. We have Czech Republic, we had Moldova. Let's talk about that a bit. So I remind you that you're muted, though. Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about the doom, and we were talking before about Moscow Empire collapsing. So it just looks like a race and a contradiction. On one hand, Moscow Empire is edging towards collapse, but on the other hand, Europe is edging towards the abyss. In terms of, imagine if AfD in Germany would take the first place, and it is already the most popular party. So those drones, I think, and the migrants actually also caused primarily by Putin bombing Syria in 2015-16. Their goal is to wreak chaos and fear among Europeans. And we can definitely say Putin is successful with that. That's actually my theory, is that Moscovia is really good at exporting fear.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it does. It doesn't win militarily. Actually, if you look at history of the victories, like literally take any of the victory. Second World War, they could not have won without allies. Against Napoleon, they could have not won against the British and other allies. Like whenever they go one-on-one, like against Japan or against Ukraine now or against Afghanistan
or Finland,
they lose.
Yeah.
Or Finland, yeah, Finland. That Finland was really also a good example. The war lasted less than 4 months. So yeah, it seems like a race. Who's gonna edge to the abyss first? Because if we imagine a scenario where AfD comes into power and everywhere in Europe, in France, in Italy is pro-Palestinian being devoured. Yeah, actually, Palestinian pseudo movement is rising as well, which could lead up to European Union dissolving. And if you look at the Czech parliament, the majority of Czech parliament is anti-Ukrainian or anti-European, if you how to say it, if you know what I mean. So yeah, the Europe could look like that. Majority of Europe can become anti itself, and voila, Putin would be successful.
Yep. You guys have to add something to that?
Oh, good points, and I think that the positive note to add is that even if some of the elections are going in the wrong direction, there are also some that might go the right direction, including Hungary. Next year, Orban is not first in the polls anymore, and he's quite far from the opposition. And there are other countries that are likely to stay behind Ukraine, including the Nordics, Baltics, and Poland, even if Poland has some challenges with the president and so on. But yeah, obviously, the far-right parties in France, Germany, and the UK are an issue for Ukraine. And the Czech election is an issue. On the Czech election, something that I find quite interesting is that ANO, the party that won, and Babiš, they're clearly anti-Ukraine. They are part of Orban's Patriots for Europe, and they are allied with all those parties, and everything they say is anti-Ukrainian. But when I look at Czech people that I know that are commenting on it, most of them are thinking, okay, it's no problem. They will still continue to support Ukraine. And I strongly doubt that they will. So the Czech case is not very good. But luckily, Czechia is not one of those countries. Of course, the Czech initiative with artillery shells is really good, but that can also be done by someone else and can be coordinated by someone else. But most of the aid that Czechia sent to Ukraine, like the Mi-24 helicopters and stuff like that, they already sent it. They're not going to send more because they don't have more to send. So I don't think that it will play a big role in terms of military aid to Ukraine, because it's not a country that gives that much. But it's a worrying trend, but there are also some countries where things are still going okay. And luckily, even if the EU is stuck, you can always have bilateral aid. You can always have some countries deciding to help. So things are not great, but it's not the end neither.
Yes, and yeah, I think there's still a good hope here. Good, not big, but yeah, some hope here. I wanted.
Flamingo is on the bright side of things.
Yeah. So you wanted to add to the bright side, or just?
I think this is what we gotta do. Just look at the bright side.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
keep in mind the dark side, the dangers of the dark side, I guess.
Preparing for the dark, right?
Look at the bright, but prepare for the dark.
Everybody go out, buy EcoFlows, prepare for the dark.
Yeah, like literally for the dark.
Literally.
So,
Ozzy,
guys,
sorry. Do you know what type of recon stuff you're gonna do?
No.
No.
So I've asked all the questions that everybody needs, that needs to know, or people that want to know. I've asked the relevant people, the decision makers, the people who thought, of this fantastic idea. And nobody has been able to have, for example, I said to the command, I went, what kind of recon is it? He went, Resvetka. I went, yeah, what kind? He was there like reconnaissance, and I'm like, yeah. But what? He's there like, you find stuff, and I'm like, okay, whatever, bro. I'm there just like, yeah, cool.
But
I'll find stuff for you, mate, no problem.
But it seems like I know you're not allowed to say what you need, but it seems like the people are okay there. If that's the one you chose to go for, it seems like it's a decent situation overall.
100%. We had a lot of places that were options, and this was by far definitely the one with the best review from friends and colleagues. We are the only foreigners within this unit, which is good. I say it's good, but it's also bad. The reason it'd be bad is because obviously of the language barrier. But the good thing about it is they're kind of like, this is your task, fuck off, make it happen. Which makes life very, very easy, and it's like kind of, we're quite independent at the moment, which is good. But no, they are literally like no bullshit guys. As all they want to do is just work, finish work, go home, go back to work, basically just survive. That's all they really give a fuck about. You know, they want to I can't remember the commander's name, which is quite bad actually. But he literally turned around and said, "All I want people to do is this unit is be a family, survive the war, get your work done, and everybody go home at the end of it." And I was there like, do you know what? That sounds like a very simple life. And I was like, yeah, sold. We'll have that. But yeah, no, we don't actually know what recon we're going to be doing. I know where we're doing it. I can't say where we're doing it for obvious reasons. But yeah, no, it's they seem like nice guys, you know. They don't have a lot of kit and equipment, but they try and make things work, you know, and that's the main thing. And I think the way we need to do it is like we all need to, rather than try and be egotistical with each other and, you know, argue with each other about who can do what and who has what, like just fucking work together as a team and just get things done. If you need something, try and figure out a way of getting it. If you can't do something, help the next, you know, the person next to you. Just get on with it. And that's kind of why we like this unit a lot, because that is very much how they operate. Don't get me wrong, they don't have a load of fancy Western equipment, but they make it work. So that's it, yeah.
They don't have a lot of fancy equipment.
No.
Okay. Okay, actually, I think you secretly told me what brigade is that, so
I did, yes.
I can imagine why they don't have the fancy Western equipment, but yeah, we'll get to that later. Anyway, I wanted to mention donations for a long time, so let me quickly do that. Julia Fira, 34 minutes ago, donated 15 Canadian dollars. Thank you, Julia. I gave you 1 ticket for it. Thank you. Then Adrian from Switzerland donated $100 and said, "Tickets, please. Glory to the heroes." Thank you. Glory to the heroes. Rick, get you a coffee and keep on rolling, bro. Thank you, Santa, for that $2 super chat. I appreciate it. And yeah, I need to keep rolling, but no coffee at this time of day because I won't be able to sleep after I finish the stream. So I better drink water, and that's it. Then we had a donation of $100 from Sharon SL. Her name is in the chat. Her name in the chat is, yeah. She said, "Hi Rick and guests, just a little something to show my support for Ukraine and all her defenders. You are not forgotten." Thank you, Sharon, for this $100 donation. Then £10 from Mark S. Numpty Bumpty, thank you for this donation. And then $30 from Martin Bisick. Found some coins under the couch. Thank you for the coins, Martin. It's really appreciated. So guys, with that, I already calculated, we come to $1,707 still to raise. So we raised today on my PayPal $1,293, but we still need to raise the bigger part, $1,707. What kind of flag do we have on the raffle this week? It is hanging here, but I think I need to make it bigger and show it to you on full screen. Give me a second. So this is the flag of the first fire support company of the first separate assault regiment Da Vinci. And it is signed by 19 soldiers and officers of that unit. Takes some time. I think you guys have been talking while I was gone. I couldn't hear anything.
No talking.
No talking.
No, I was typing in the chat, bro. Sorry.
So everyone was patiently just beholding the flag, right?
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you, everyone. for Beholden. And what? Do you like it, guys?
Yeah, it's great. Looks
I
good.
think it's sick, bro.
Thanks. Yaroslav, what vibes this flag gives you?
The vibes, I mean, 21st century war vibes, and how death became normal.
Well, on the pirate ships, they also had skulls.
Oh, actually, from historic perspective, the wars are always normal.
Yeah.
You've heard that philosophy point before that peaceful time is unusual for human species. The war is normal.
That's
For
true.
as long as there's been a human being on this planet, there's been some kind of fight or war.
Yeah.
It's very true.
Yeah, totally right. I agree
Where
with
do
this.
you live in the US, Yaroslav?
State
What?
of New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
Mm.
Oh,
Do you know the state?
Yeah, I know the name, but I've never been. But
Mm.
how is it there? It's not that many people living there, right? It's quite a small state in terms of population.
Yeah, it's just 1 million people here.
in the whole state.
Yeah, it's a small state.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And did Trump's presidency affect it already? Do you feel it? Does it
no,
affect-
I don't think it's felt on like a local level, other than a higher consistency of bumper stickers, both pro-Trump and anti-Trump, and higher consistency of American flags hanging. Other than that, it's not really that noticeable.
It's probably one of the states where you notice it less than if you would go, for example, to, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a
Oklahoma.
majority white state. It's been pretty quiet and peaceful all this time. Yeah, I probably have to go to Boston or bigger city to maybe notice something. But I did notice, I was also reflecting on this, like 10 years ago in the United States, I think it was a bit easier to live than now. And I look at how my friends are living. And of course, some of my friends are doing better than before, but some of my friends are doing worse than before. It became a bit harder to live. Some of them live from paycheck to paycheck, basically. Yeah, and struggle to pay for the heating season that's coming. And yeah,
It's very expensive in the US, even if salaries are high, but not easy.
Yeah.
I think it's the case in
Yeah.
Europe in a lot of countries as well. Even, for example, if you look at the Nordics, they're quite well off. But if you look at, for example, Finland, the salaries haven't really increased in the last few decades, but prices have increased a lot. So it's not like people are dying of hunger most of the time, but purchasing power just has gone down quite a lot for most people. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
I guess the irony is the purchasing power technically should go even lower if Europe was to cut itself off from all the powers that are violating human rights, that being Moscow Empire and China and other regimes that are doing so, meaning that the iPhone wouldn't cost $1,000. It would probably cost like $15,000 or $20,000 if it would be made in like Europe or America. And that is related to everything else, from clothing to cars and stuff like that. But which I think is much better scenario than having a third world war, because it just seems like a bit of a doom scenario again. It just seems like it's inevitable at this point, with weak leadership both in Europe and America. Some kind of global war seems like a natural continuation of what's going on right now. Appeasement always leads to that, to global war. Yeah.
It's not. I mean, Taiwan is going to happen one day, whether it's now or in 2 years or or in longer. It's going to happen at some point, and just many other conflicts. Even if Trump claims to have ended a million wars, in reality, the situation between Pakistan and India and Kosovo and Serbia and Israel and its neighbors and many African countries as well, and so on. It's not like there will be peace.
You forgot about Azerbaijan and Albania.
That's true. It's
and Cambodia.
Cambodia also, yeah.
And Albania.
Yeah, I said Azerbaijan and Albania. Yes, exactly. So
yeah, I have a wild prediction. I think China is not gonna go first for Taiwan. I think it's gonna first go for United States, with something similar that Ukraine did with the Operation Spiderweb, but it could be something simultaneously: a spiderweb, a satellite collapse, a cyber attack, something simultaneously that cuts off all communication and attacks. Like you saw the swarms of Chinese drones that make like dragons and fireworks. So something like that, some kind of swarm of drones throughout United States from secret containers. I don't know. It just almost seems like an inevitable scenario that the United States is going to have like another Pearl Harbor or 9/11 kind of attack.
Yeah, it's funny you actually say that. Like a friend of mine, we were speaking today, and we were saying, because there is a massive US presence in the Philippines, we were saying that like we actually do reckon China would do that to the Philippines. One, because obviously they want a lot of islands around the Philippines, but there's also like an American presence there. So it really wouldn't surprise me if they actually did that over there as well.
I would
really give them a lot of space in the South China Sea area and so on, because the Philippines are kind of on the other edge. So
I was thinking about the Philippines too, so they might be first. And
I've heard that if you guys know the Paul Warburg, he pointed out a really interesting phenomena about Chinese philosophy and their art of war, is that never expose what you're about to do. In fact, point the enemy in the wrong direction. And what China is doing, it's pointing that it's basically screaming, I'm going to invade Taiwan. But if you look at the satellites, they've built replicas of American plane carriers, what do you call them? Aircraft carriers. And we're well aware how they're testing their satellites maneuvering. So I think that Taiwan is a diversion and they're going to hit somewhere else.
Could be. But,
good idea.
But I think they still want Taiwan still, because it's still kind of like an official thing for them. But yeah, it could be.
If they hit United States, then nothing. If the United States collapses, nothing will stop them from getting Taiwan. It just comes second step or third step. Yeah.
It's really beneficial for them to attack US first. You're right. Tracy Oceanfire, thank you so much for 50 gifted memberships just now. I really appreciate it. So guys, if we can get, let me tell you, 61 more would be perfect. Thank you. But let's first see if these will be given and not stuck because of the bug. As you probably noticed, guys, I don't have the biggest energy today. I didn't have enough sleep tonight, and in general, since I have one energized day, the next one is usually the pretty sleepy day for me. So today I'm a sleepy Rick. This is why I probably won't keep the best conversation with you. But you guys are pretty capable, very well-educated gentlemen who can like fantastically talk to each other. I understand this, but still, there are some topics that I wanted to discuss today from the news of this week, and I even made a list. I rarely do this, but there was a news this week that 38% of Russian oil and gas infrastructure is in the shutdown right now. So coming back to the topic you mentioned, Yoni, that we don't have big warheads on our drones enough to, significantly damage those. Just look what have we done with the warheads we have. It's a pretty good result right now, 38%. They even started buying it in rush from other countries. I mean, the gasoline. So right now, I feel like we found the weak spot. Well, we knew that it's their weak spot. We just didn't have probably enough firepower and, basically just the means, meaning the drones themselves, and rockets are being used too. I'm pretty sure we cannot prove that, right? But we still see the result, and sometimes it doesn't look like drones. I had one more donation on PayPal, $20 from Giancarlo. He says, a Steam gift card, please. So guys, if you play games on Steam, you have a chance here in this community while you're making a donation to my PayPal, get a Steam gift card, because we have a community member, Skippy. He gets those gift cards, don't ask me where, and him too, but he gets them and he wants to encourage you to donate with such a gift. So if you donate $20, you will get a $20 Steam gift card as a bonus, and the Ukrainian army will get a donation from you. And if you, for example, will donate 40, accordingly you will get, and so on, a Steam gift card for 40.
Thanks, Skippy, for that. It's great.
Thank you, Skippy. So if you guys play games on Steam, there's a good chance to get some Steam gift cards with your donations. Just mention Steam gift card, please, in the comment, and then you will contact Andreas. We'll have to contact Andreas. Yeah, my brain is tired today. Not really a good speaker, definitely. But that should happen since I stream almost every day. There are some days that are not very good. And
it happens to us all.
I guess so. $50 donation just now from Melissa Kane. I think it's both from her and Keith. She says, thank you for these important conversations. Much love and respect to our guests. Героям слава. Slava Ukraini. That's the opposite today. Glory to all our heroes. Thank you. Dear Keynes for $50 donation. You didn't tell me about the tickets. Tickets for you, I guess. Just look at this unique flag. And that brings us to $1,607 still to raise. So we're almost on 50%. 50% will be, wow. I just got a donation of $500, guys. Ooh.
Amazing.
And, whoa, that's a Ukrainian, I guess. Okay, so this person's name is Yuri. Yuri M. He told me in Ukrainian this. Згадав про вас пару днів тому, та сьогодні дивлюсь ваш стрім. Цей переклад на потреби, які знайдете необхідними. Мабуть, переказ. So this is not probably a translated into Ukrainian sentence, the last one, by Google Translator, maybe ChatGPT, I don't know. But anyway, that person has the Ukrainian's last name too. Thank you very much, Yuri. $500. Yuri, are you there in the chat? If you're there in the chat, or maybe should I ask you in Ukrainian, what about the tickets for the flag? How many of them, of those 50 you just got with your $500 donation, you want to get for yourself? And maybe some of them you want to share, but it's totally fine to take them all for yourself. That's a huge boost to our goal today. Thank you so much, Yuri. So how do I translate that text into English? I didn't tell you guys. I remembered about you a few days ago, and today I'm watching your stream. This translation, probably transfer, is for the needs that you find necessary. I think, I find necessary to support the Ukrainian army. There he is, Yuri Mazur, in the chat. He says, I'm good with no tickets. Thank you. Thank you, Yuri. Where are you from, Yuri? When did you move to maybe some other part of Ukraine? I don't know. Where are you right now? That's that's a huge donation. Thank you. So with this donation, what we have left to raise today is $1,107. We almost reached the 2/3 of the needed sum today. Good job, guys. And it's not a midnight yet, so a pretty good result today. Thank you. That brings me more energy. I think I feel like
Like you had a Red Bull.
Usually donations give me some kind of Red Bull energy. So thank you, guys. Keep putting energy into my mechanism. That is called my brain, I guess. I hope it didn't sound awkward, but if it sounded awkward, whatever, So, what I need to do. I am Ukrainian by birth, but lived in San Francisco since 1992. How old were you in 1992? I was only 1 year old. Year old. Wow, years. One is just year, not years. Yeah, tired brain starts doing these things. So the topic that I had here, guys, interesting topic in the list of topics. Kazakhstan border. Did you notice that in the news, a Kazakhstan border appeared? They started. Oh my God, checking all the Chinese trucks. Because they started following EU sanctions. Not EU, maybe world sanctions. There are huge lines on Kazakhstan-Russian border of Chinese trucks, and they are checking for the banned components, and probably also complete equipment. Have you heard about this, guys?
I haven't heard about it, but Tokayev studied at MGIMO, and he used to be the ambassador to China of Kazakhstan. So I don't have a lot of faith on Tokayev actually doing much. I think that he might be good at playing theater and acting like he's helping. And obviously, he's not the biggest helper of Russia, but I also wouldn't trust him to do anything against China overall, because he needs China to secure Kazakhstan against Russia in the long run.
I have an idea. Maybe he's just doing this because he wants to blackmail China or Russia and just get something from them.
Could be.
Just a simple solution. Yaroslav, maybe you heard about this news before.
Yeah, I've heard of the blockade, but I don't know what to say of it. Of course, it helps Ukraine. Any delays from China, we'll see how it goes. Maybe, I speculate, Trump had something to do with that.
Interesting. Maybe.
Because it wasn't like this before, and suddenly, something happened. What could have happened?
Who could have caused it?
Looking at how Trump is buddy-budding with Lukashenko, why wouldn't he buddy-buddy with Tokayev? Especially looking at how he needs to deal with both China and Moscow Empire, and Kazakhstan seems to be a convenient ally.
I just realized that I didn't even advertise your YouTube channels, guys. So, Yaroslav is Savage Sage, and I am fixing the name of the stream right now because, as always, the handles, they got broken, and you cannot press it. But in a second, you will be able to do it. Fuzzy, I'm sorry, but the number... Oh, wait, maybe it's enough to also... But you're not posting anything on your YouTube, right?
No, bro, don't stress about me, bro. Like, my YouTube's just so I watch shit. Do you know what I mean? Like...
Okay, you're gonna be just Fuzzy with no...
Yeah, that's cool.
So, guys, if you want to... No, actually, there's not even if you want to. Go and subscribe to their channels immediately. Update the page. and then just press on the blue names in the chat. There's going to be Savage Sage, and if I'm not mistaken, Ascola Geopolitics, right? Yes, Ascola Geopolitics. Press on those two, and Aziza's channel is also there. If you're not subscribed to Aziza's channel, she is going to be on the stream, joining this stream in about 30 minutes. So she is getting back home late today, so gonna join at midnight, but maybe a bit later. We had $100 just now from Sharon, one more, because she donated 100 before, and she says, Yuri inspired me. Heroem slava.
Amazing.
That's amazing. Thank you, Yuri. Guys, if anyone wants to match Yuri, not necessarily with $500, you can do it with $100, just like Sharon did. Now, it's very, it's going to be very appreciated. But Yuri, I still ask you to think of maybe taking some tickets for the flag, because I still didn't put your tickets into the sheet. Working on it, actually. Or gonna be working. By the way, I forgot to mention the Never Gonna Give You Up melody playing on the stream. It was Hildegard donating 1,500 hryvnias, which gives him 3 tickets. And I already put it into the spreadsheet. You guys have, I think, noticed it. Those who are watching and not just listening. Actually, these types of streams could be just listened, not much to see here. Of course, if people maybe like our pretty faces, they can look.
I think Fuzzy's background is the key thing here. I think that's the stuff that makes it worth it to watch.
Yeah. Fuzzy, those 2 men on the photo behind you, how long did you know them?
What ones? I've got a few on my wall.
No. Right above your head. Just look at this.
There.
I think there are 2 black men, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
There.
That's Steve and David. I knew them about 6 months, really. And then they became scuba divers, and I never saw them again. I think they're like in Australia now.
So you decided to make a photo of them and put it in the frame on your wall.
They made really, really good food. Yeah.
Why am I
Like
laughing?
family.
I need to do it with a serious face.
Bro, like they were really funny. Like, only good memories, bro. Like, I always smile whenever I think about Dave and the other one, Simon.
May them rest in peace. Oh, sorry.
No, they're alive, bro.
Okay. Yeah.
Bro, like, holy fuck! Like, they're in Australia, man. Like, they're having the time of their lives. Like,
okay. Rollers having fun there. Keep donating. Thank you, Fuzzy, for introducing Dave and Steve to us.
there you go. Yeah.
We needed that. So, guys, with Sharon's $100, we still need to raise $1,007. Easy peasy. But they will.
Ahead of schedule.
You will. You can still stuck. Wait for it. Like we had different days, but guys. As long as we keep talking, Fuzzy appears on the beach right now.
Yeah, I've gone to meet Kevin and Dave, haven't I? Steve and Dave, sorry.
Oh, that's Australia now.
Steve, Kevin. Yes, 2 names.
Got it. Okay, so we talked about Kazakhstan, but I have a very interesting post of Ukrainian officer who is also a historian, and he worked in Ukrainian government in pretty innovative divisions, and his ideas, I like this guy. He wrote a book about Ukrainian leadership, military leadership. Viktor Andrusev, his name is. Any of you know him?
Nope.
I read that guy. He posts on his Telegram, not every day, but every second day, definitely. He gives interesting analytics and sometimes predictions too. And to be honest, his predictions are usually working out. But he was talking about this. Give me a second. I will quickly translate it and read it out loud. It's not a big one. It's going to take about, give me a second, about 2 minutes maximum for me to read. No, not even 2. I think 1. No. Here it is. I found a proper chat. And now, yeah. So, he was doing it, he was posting this in the day of the summit in European Union that happened this week. And he was saying this. Today is the second day of the EU summit in Copenhagen. I hope I pronounce it, not butchering it too much. 20 days after Putin's open provocation against the EU, NATO has officially decided to discuss the possibility of closing the skies over Western Ukraine. Like most of you, I have no illusions about such a decision. More and more often, our partners resemble Churchill's proverb about choosing between shame and war. Still, even though most European politicians will be too afraid to protect our skies, their main argument will be about escalation. But in reality, there is no escalation. These actions don't kill any orcs, and such a step would actually serve the interests of protecting the airspace of EU member states. We're just unlucky to be living in an era of pitiful European leaders, but replacements are already on their way. Unfortunately, they are far from being our allies. So we just came back to the topic of Europe changing for far-right leadership, and how, they're going to be stronger leaders, willing to make stronger decisions, maybe even in defense. But most of them are not our friends. And indeed, I agree with Victor in this case that it's not really involving in war. If you just get rid of Shahed drones and missiles on Ukrainian territory, you're not going to be killing any occupiers with that. This is beneficial. This is going to be beneficial for the air defense of Europe and the security of European airspace. So it's just a bit ridiculous how weak indeed the leaders are to not make such simple decisions, like not even super dangerous decisions. Like, it's not the same that sending troops to fight in Donbass together with our troops as allies. No, it's just letting your planes or drone operators, because Denmark started learning from us, and I was really happy to see them being first to invite our soldiers to train them with the interceptors, drone interceptors of Shahed drones and other types of drones. But most of the countries are not that proactive as Denmark. I wouldn't say most, I would say half of the countries, because half of the European countries strike me as pretty active and proactive. So guys, what do you think about this text? Anything you disagree with, or? No one wants to talk.
I can go first.
Yeah.
Yeah. In a way, I agree, and I'm always the one who will say that Europe is not doing enough and that we need to do more, and that we are too scared and too weak. In most cases, I always say that, but there's one thing where I am not convinced that responding where Russia wants us to respond is the best way, and it's on drones, because Europe has a lot of strengths in terms of know-how and production capability, economy, and so on. But one of our weaknesses is that we don't really have a lot of air-to-air and ground-to-air missiles, for example. We have high-quality ones, but we really have very few. I don't think there's any country in the EU that has a high number of interceptors, for example. And if we start using them on these decoy drones that Russia sends. What Russia is going to do is they're going to send more and more because it's going to give them an incentive to make us use our very few missiles that we have. Most countries in Europe have hundreds of missiles at most, which is nothing. So I don't know if it's a good idea to... I think Russia really wants us to react exactly there. So they send drones and they want us to shut down airports and shoot the drones down. But I think the best way to make Russia stop this would not be to do that, but instead to do something that Russia really doesn't want us to do, which is to arm Ukraine much more in ways that Ukraine can hit Russian refineries. So if every time Russia sends drones inside of the EU, if instead of thinking about it and talking for 2 weeks, if instead we would finance 200 cruise missiles for Ukraine or something, I think that would have a much bigger impact on Russia in the long run compared to us shooting down decoy drones with expensive air-to-air or ground-to-air missiles. Obviously, it looks weak when we don't shoot them, but I think for Russia, it's kind of like a win-win situation, because if we don't shoot them down, we look weak. And if we shoot them down, we're using our very few missiles on useless drones that don't have a warhead on them. So it's kind of like Russia is really pushing this on us because they know that they cannot lose this game. And that's why I think that we should not play their game where they want us to play it. We should play it in another way. And the best way to answer is to make them pay every time through Ukraine. So if we give cruise missiles to Ukraine and finance the strike capabilities, I think that will have a much bigger impact on Russia than us shooting the drones down. But that's my take.
So I don't want to go too far into it, because obviously the last time I spoke about NATO, it pissed me off. But the way we're going at the moment is we're literally saying, like, well, we're not saying fucking anything, but we're showing that they can get away with the things that they are doing. And the more it's like a dog, right? If I let my dog piss on the floor like once a week, every day he's going to piss on the floor, isn't he? Right? So the way I stop him from pissing on the floor is by calling him a little prick and then rubbing his nose in it. And then you don't piss on the floor after that. You got to, and people won't like it, right? But people are like animals. People are dogs. You know, it's like, if I get punched in the face and it hurts, I'm not going to want to get punched in the face again. You know, but if I keep punching someone, if I keep punching someone in the face, it's yeah, that's great. But the minute they hit me back, it's like, oh, hang on a minute, that one hurt. You know, so I do think that, like, by trying to follow political correctness and trying to stay neutral, is really making things a big fuck up. You can only stay neutral for so long. The minute people start taking the piss, you know, like, and you still like, oh no, we're going to stay neutral, even though, like, I'm pretty sure a drone actually killed somebody in Poland, I think, from one of the things I read. I'll have to double check, but I know it definitely destroyed a house. You're literally like, Poland there, because of all the political correctness within NATO, has literally turned around and said, do it again. In my opinion, anyway. They're literally just saying, keep going. Like, just keep punching us. We need to do something about it. And unfortunately, NATO has gone very fucking soft, in my opinion. Like, I know if NATO wanted to, they could probably roll Russia within a month. Easy. You know, the first thing NATO does is they control all airspace. That's like the main priority. Once you control airspace, you can control the ground. And we're not doing that at all. And we're not allowing Ukraine to do that either. Because we're all sat there trying to be politically correct. But yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, everything follows the ladder of escalation. If even we trace back to when Putin first came to power, and he immediately proceeded to do massacre, ethnic cleansing of Chechens. Nobody did anything. Then he invaded a sovereign country, Georgia. Nobody did anything. He annexed Ukraine's Crimea. Nobody did anything. He invaded East Ukraine. Nobody did anything. Then he invaded he bombed Syria, and then he invaded full-scale invasion Ukraine. Nobody did anything, even though that war could have been prevented. It could have been prevented. It could have been stopped within the first couple months that it started. When Ukraine had counteroffensive, the West, the NATO could have given Ukraine everything for it to succeed, but it wasn't. And so we see the escalation just keeps going up because lack of inaction, right? The dog just keeps pissing on the floor. Nobody smacks its face. And the peace through strength is not here with us. There is peace through fear. This implies peace through weakness. It's like, if you're going to do blackout to us, we'll do blackout to you. But right now, the philosophy is, if you're going to send a bunch of drone to us, cut our cables, jam our GPS, bribe our politicians, and stuff like that, we're not going to do anything to you.
Mhm.
This complete lack of response, peace through weakness, always invites further escalation from the dictator, always. And I predict soon there's going to be, right now drones don't have warheads, soon they will. And the escalation is just going to go up and up and up until Europe will decide to respond. And when will Europe start to respond?
The thing is, as well, is it's like we keep like I feel like we're playing a game of tit for tat. You know, it's like we wait for them to do something, and then like Ukraine would then respond in the same manner. For example, like let's say, I don't know, Russia hits a fuel depot, Ukraine will then hit a fuel depot. What I understand, there's a mass shortage on ammunition and everything has to be very strategic. But why are we, and in some cases we are, but why are we, like as Europe, why are we not acting before rather than playing tit for tat?
We're not even playing tit for tat in Europe. Ukraine is trying to play tit for tat.
But this is what it's going to come to. It's going to become one of those things where it's going to be tit for tat, where Russia, like at the moment, they fly a drone over the border. So what does, I can't remember who it was now, but somebody flew a jet to intercept these drones. Okay, yeah, that's great. Well done. You're protecting your airspace. But then they're going to do it again, and then Europe would then react in another confrontational manner, and then it will just, as you say, escalate and go up and up and up and up until it gets to the point of where, you know, it becomes a whole new thing here where it's just a stalemate. Like, you know, like nothing's happening apart from shit.
I think that's the problem. Europe is not playing tit for tat. Ukraine is trying to do that with the new resources that it has, but Europe is just letting it all in.
Mm-hmm. I agree with Yaroslav. It's like just there's a word. Oh my God, Yaroslav, maybe you will help me with the
game theory
Ukrainian word. So basically, just always giving in. I think the term is. Europe is
appeasement. That's called appeasement.
Appeasement, exactly. So
Yeah.
Europe
Good
always appease, right?
I brought you peace. 1939.
That's a typical, not a typical, but it's just
Do you
such a
guys
shame. We won't
know the
respond
game
with
theory?
anything. I think. Wait, is it a movie?
No, it's
Oh, no,
more
it's
like
not.
it's more like a universal rule of, if I do something bad to you, how do you respond? Tit for tat is actually a strategy in the game theory that is the most beneficial. So tit for tat, if you do something bad to me, I do something bad to you. But as soon as you stop doing something bad to me, I reflect that and do something good for you as well. So it's the most successful strategy in the universe, tit for tat. And Europe is not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And America is not doing that, because America is also being attacked with bots. It's like pretty much, I mean, you know it better than me, how a lot of social groups are controlled from Moscow. And Americans Americans are turned against each other. Yeah, and it's gonna come out really bad for them.
Uh-huh. And I need to mention 3 donations. Elvin Archer, $20. Hello, Rick, Rollers, and dear guests. 2 tickets, please, Rick. Love and blessings to all. Thank you, Elvin Archer, for this donation. Then $130 from Average Ogre. He says, for Yuri and for freedom and justice in Ukraine, Europe needs to wake up to the raging Russian Empire and fully support the thin blue and yellow line protecting her. Lots of love to Fuzzy, Yanni, and the 2 Yaroslavs. Slava Ukraini. Tickets, please. Heroям slava.
Heroям slava.
And $20 from Wizard of Ooze. There are more fools than wise men. And even in a wise man, there is more folly than wisdom. Yeah, that's a good one. Wizard of Ooze is master of quotes. Wizard, whose quote was that? Because he usually puts the name of the person who he quoted, but not this time. Okay, 2 tickets for you then. So guys, with all these donations, we still need to raise $837, and we're getting closer, and it's 10 minutes until midnight. Of course, it's impossible to close this until midnight, probably. 10 minutes left, $837. Surprise me, guys. It would be fucking awesome, but but not that easy. Because I know that you also want us to talk more. And as soon as I raise $3,000, I just press the end stream button. That's it. Everyone gets interrupted. That's how I do it here. No, I don't, but I can at least make fun of it. Well, yeah, I will still be here even if we reach the goal in the next, let's say, half an hour or an hour. I think I will still be here until 2 a.m. because there are still so many things to talk about. And, you know, guys, I want to make a quick pause from all the geopolitics talk and how Europe is weak and ask for help. Because, hey, who is making that? Yanni? I think you
Could be.
Yeah, it stopped. Interesting. So, what I wanted... Okay, there are a few questions in my corner. Oh, thank you, Tuna. But I wanted to do one thing and ask you for help if you can do this. Because right now I'm in need of your help, guys. This concerns my income. So you see the progress bar on top of the screen out there, right? There are $2,693.65 there. Yeah, that's a hryvnia currency sign, but that's the equivalent of dollars. That's what I earn on Base, Donatello, and Patreon. Yeah, I'm pretty open about it. So, what happened 3 days ago, I guess? I lost a subscriber of, well, 2 subscribers. But they did it as a family, so it was one subscription of $300. So right now I'm gonna update that progress bar, but I'm gonna update in the negative way. So just let me do it real quick, and you will see how. Well, it's not gonna be on $300 because some rollers already compensated it a bit. So minus $275.78. So to help me get back to the level of income that I had before this hit, I ask you to subscribe to my Base. That's the priority. Donatello, which is also a Ukrainian service, which also will be better than Patreon. And the third option is Patreon. So guys, if you have the means to subscribe to one of those platforms, it starts with $3. And you can choose any option because, for example, there is the most popular one, I think, is $10 and so on. I think no need to subscribe to $300 because every time I lose a $300 subscriber, it's a big hit on my budget, and I'm like, shit. Now I need to work on it again to get that income back. So yeah, I will have to work in the next few weeks, but you see it updated from 76% or 77 to 66%. The progress bar. So now it's 2,417 there. If you can help me get back to 2,690, yeah, it was something like that, I guess. I will really appreciate it. As a bonus, you will receive one of the patches according to the... Let me actually show you the page of my subscription platform with all those beautiful emblems. Where is it? I think I need to do it this way. Go to my base. Yeah, so Stinger, $3, Javelin, Bradley, Abrams, HIMARS, Patriot, and F-16. These, accordingly, if you subscribe to Stinger, you'll get a Stinger patch. Let me find it here. And a pile of patches I have. Or a pack, I think in this case. It's not really a pile. So that's a Stinger patch. What I have here. A Javelin patch. Here it is, this one. Then I have a Bradley. An Abrams. A HIMARS. And a Patriot. F-16 soon to come and join the collection. For now it's 6 of them. But I am not really energized right now to encourage you properly and really probably get some. Okay, Yaroslav, got your message. I see it. I'm finishing up with this topic. So yeah, probably not very motivating to do it right now since I don't have that much energy. But I ask you for your support anyway, because that's what I gotta do to make sure that my income stays more or less stable, and I need your help right now. So I know how it works here. Usually when I ask for help, you guys provide. So I asked, and you do whatever you want. If you don't have the means, of course, don't provide me with it. And all of you who are already subscribed to level $25 or $50 or $100, don't increase your level. I need new subscribers, okay, guys? Please, because the financial situations of any of you can change at any moment, and the bigger your subscription is, the harder for me it's gonna be. So, thank you. Okay, Yaroslav told me that he will have to go soon, in like 5 minutes, and I talked for 3 of those 5 minutes, I guess. Sorry, Yaroslav. I hope it was interesting for you today. I think if it was just you and me, the conversation would be maybe deeper, and I think we still had a pretty interesting conversation. I just want you to meet more people, more friendly channels, and not only channels. Fuzzy is not a channel, he's a Ukrainian defender, so well, being a British himself, so it's yeah, I think it's a very good thing to have the networking, right?
That's the best part about those streams, meeting like-minded people and being in this community.
Yeah.
This is what I do not do in my channel.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for inviting me.
What do you have to maybe say to the world today, considering the situation we're in right now?
I think look for the bright side, but prepare for the dark. Right? It's the wisdom of the stream.
Yeah, you're right.
Wisdom of this time. Yeah.
Wisdom of the day, right? Is
yeah, of this period.
Yeah, you're right. So guys, please subscribe to Savage Sage, that's Yaroslav's channel, where he debunks Moscovian propaganda and so-called history of theirs. It's a pretty interesting content that he's providing there. And Yaroslav I watched your video where you were telling us about not the best days, but it was already like a month ago. How do you feel now? Did that period end, I hope?
Oh yeah.
Or is it?
Yeah, I say a comment. Thanks for supporting. Yeah, no, this is it's all good. It's all good. I just had some kind of burnout from YouTube, and my expectations exceeded the reality. It happens. Just corrected the course, and watch out for my new video. It's gonna be my biggest research ever yet. Legally proving the genocide of Ukrainian people, and I'm enriching on the Raphael Lemkin's work. Raphael Lemkin is the one who coined the term genocide. He was the one who pushed it the most in 1947 Genocide Convention, and I'm expanding on it. So there's a lot of interesting things there. For example, cultural genocide was omitted in 1947 because Canada, United States, Britain, Belgium, France, they were all against cultural genocide because the way they treated their colonies and indigenous people. Raphael Lemkin, he was the big proponent of it, of basically erasing the identity of people, which is what Moscovia is doing now to Ukraine. And it's amazing how, to me also, how this Europe's never again is actually happening right now. And the weakness that we see, yeah. So anyway, yeah, this video is coming up maybe in like 1 month. There's a lot of editing to do, but yeah, thanks all for thank you for the chat. Yeah, and
thank you. It was
Great
nice
meeting
seeing
you. That's a great topic of video. Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it too. Thank you.
Nice meeting you, bro.
Likewise. See you soon, guys.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, bro.
Live long and prosper.
Take care.
And donate. Yeah, bye, Yaroslav.
Bye.
Okay, I need to rearrange you guys on the screen. Oh, I think it's almost perfect with Yanni. He stayed almost at the same spot. But Fuzzy's image got wrecked a bit. Fuzzy, it's not me, it's J-Meat. It's a it's a problem.
Fuzzy is in Israel. I can see this David star behind you.
Oh yeah.
Where?
The Star of David behind your head.
No, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see shit. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, yeah.
Tel Aviv. Enjoying?
Yeah, it's very spicy.
Good falafel.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Good.
Okay, so, guys, I think we had one more donation. Oh, shit. Yeah, we got one more donation, and that's $1,000.
Wow.
Whoa. Look. Fuzzy is... he stood up to applaud. That was fucking awesome. That's Mr. Mr. Anonymous. He usually doesn't like me when I say his name, so he says, "Please don't mention me."
Was that before midnight?
That was, yeah, it was actually 6 minutes before midnight. Oh my god.
So the goal reached before midnight.
Oh yeah, we reached the goal before midnight. I think this didn't happen for quite a long time. And
Really cool.
thank
Really
you
nice.
so much, dear Mr. Anonymous, Mr. Okay, I can say Mr. T. So, Mr. T, just like in A-Team, right? I think that's the name of the TV show. So, Mr. T, thank you so much for closing the goal, for getting us to the goal, and thank you once again, Yuri, for boosting us to the goal with your $500. But everyone else who donated today, any sum of money, guys, it all boosted us to the goal. Thank you so much. Each donation, and I think we had more donations today in just these hours. I mean, like in the first 3 hours than we usually have. So thank you so much. I think the activity was big and crazy today. So, you know, guys, what now? By the way, I think Mr. T would like the tickets. Mr. T, would you like the tickets? No, he usually doesn't take any tickets, but maybe today. Let me email him real quick. But I think
Fuzzy, where are you now?
Yeah, Fuzzy, good question.
Now look at my view, lads.
Wineyards.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna produce some wine.
I know I'm gonna drink some.
Wine tasting session.
Exactly. Gonna get my cheese board out in a minute. Hang on, I'm gonna get my cheese board.
That's good. That's good.
Okay, I think. Wait, Mr. T, if you're listening right now, just email me yourself, please, okay? If you would like the tickets. But if you're not watching, then I'm maybe talking to myself, not really to myself.
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Cheese as well.
It's my cheese board.
How's the drinking on the front, by the way, when you have a rotation? Is it because I guess it depends on the unit if you're allowed to drink when you're on a break or not? How does it work overall?
Normally, it's zero tolerance. Like if you're deployed, it's like you don't drink.
Obviously, yeah.
Obviously, some people still do it.
Yeah.
You know, but a lot of it, I suppose, it depends where you are. Like for example, if you're in Kharkiv, if you're not going on a mission and you know you're not going on a mission, there's nothing wrong with having
one beer or something.
Well, yeah, like a beer with your dinner. You know, like people do get away with it. A lot of, as I say, a lot of it is down to your commander's discretion. If your commander says like no, then you just don't do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I say, it depends. If you're like, it depends how close you are as well. Like if you've got your own apartment and you're just chilling, you know, like whatever, then yeah, like nobody really cares. But if you get caught taking the piss, like you're in a world of pain. Like, because as I say, like even though like, you know, like you're in the military and stuff like that, and you're on a deployment, and people kind of just chill out and like to do what they want when they can. You're still in the army, and if they say no booze, then it's like it's no booze. But yeah, like obviously you get some people that take the piss. So obviously we've all taken the piss and got caught out and got in trouble and whatever. But normally it's just like zero tolerance when you deploy. Like you just don't do it.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Fuzzy, you drink beer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the free time, you allow yourself to drink some beer?
I'm not really like a big drinker, to be honest with you. When was the last time I had a beer?
Good question.
That's what I mean. It's like I don't actually like drink a lot. I suppose like if I go out and I have dinner, I might have a beer with my dinner, like when I'm in Odessa or something. You know, but even then, like I'm not really a big. I'm really fussy with beer. Like if they don't have Stella on tap or Carlsberg or something like that, I probably won't drink. But yeah, no. As I say, I'm not really a massive drinker. The only time I really do drink is if I'm out with like the boys. That's about it, really. Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if I said it, but Mr. T, when he donated, he commented with this: "Fucking war."
War as hell.
Yeah, fucking war. That's what he said. I messaged him, emailed him rather, and he did not reply yet. But I'll wait for another 5 minutes, and I think then I will give the tickets to Rollers. Okay, marking the clock. So I think, yeah, at 0:13, I will give the tickets to Rollers. Thank you, Mr. T. I just know that he usually doesn't want tickets. That's it. Adam Rounds, I forgot to thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much for that. Then Santa, thank you for $9.99 super sticker that says #1 fan. Thank you, and I would like to read Santa's message there in the chat. It was not long ago. Interesting message. So he said, Santa living on borrowed time. I am super happy veteran and father of 9. Rick and the people on this channel is why I served. Thank you for your service, Santa. Thank you very much. And wow, father of 9. It blows my mind being a father of 0 at my 37, you know. And for now, not planning to have kids. But guys, if you would like me to ever have kids, you know I need to afford it. So please subscribe to my base tenant.
By the way, on a side note, 2 power plants from Russia have been hit during the stream.
Oh, fuck
Ukraine
yeah.
has hit 2 of them.
That's very good.
One in Belgorod and one in Klintsy.
Uh-huh. There is... Okay. Oh, it looks like a rocket strike, by the way. Missile strike, not like
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. You see, we are responding. But yeah, if only we were the first. But we need a lot more capabilities for that.
Yeah.
I help you, Rick, but we need a baby first, bro. Okay, but you know, I just wanted to do that trick and see Fuzzy laughing out loud like that. So guys, I hope some of you also laughed a bit. Thanks to that. Can we name the baby Rick? No. 100% no. It should be me and my wife. No one else is allowed to make any decisions. No, actually, I'm kind of, I don't know, I'm not ready yet, but I'm getting like more ready. If like, let's say 5 years ago, I would say, no, I'm not ready for kids. I want to live for myself for at least for now, you know. But these days, I'm getting more mature, and I'm thinking like, yeah, I definitely should have some kids someday. But the problem is, it's expensive to have kids, and not even like more with money, but not like with money. Yes, with money too, but with time. You need to put like all your time into raising your kids. And all of yourself. You cannot live for yourself at the same time. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are some geniuses who can do that. But what I see, if people really want to raise kids who are not going to be mentally wrecked in their maturity. No, there's no such. Is it such a word, Mr. British? Maturity.
Yeah.
Maturity? It's like
Yeah,
when you're a grown up. Okay. So yeah, so if you want to see your kids being healthy mentally, you better give them some time and effort and care and love, most importantly, because there are some parents that are like putting a lot of time into their kids, but then they like overdo it and they make their kids do what they want and not what their kids want. So you also need to do it smart. So you see, I kind of am overthinking it, I guess. This is why I am also hesitating. Yoni, have you been thinking about having kids?
I've thought about it a bit, but I'm currently not in a relationship, so I'm not in a rush to have kids. But maybe one day. I think in let's say in the next 10 years, a bit like what I said about Russia going down between 6 and 20 years, 6 months and 20 years. I think this is between 2 years and 10 years.
2 years and 10 years. Okay. Yeah, it all depends on actually finding someone to have kids with, and not just someone. it's better be the loved person who you would
Exactly.
you would
But
really
Finland's demographics really need it, so I think I will have to do my part on that.
That's funny. Fuzzy, what were you, mate? Would you?
Bro, I'm still growing up. I'm
Yeah.
a fucking big kid.
Yeah, I can see that a bit. Not that like you know, but that's okay. You're our big kid.
There you
I
go.
think when I watch my friends who get children, I think a lot of them were big kids when they got the child, but once they get the child, then they grow up very fast. I think it's kind of like I think people learn on the job.
Yeah.
I think everybody should just be a big kid.
Yeah.
But the world is a playground, and it's our time to play.
Especially when you have such toys like you do, right, Fuzzy?
They're good. I don't know why, right? But they are like, they're very dangerous, right? But because they're dangerous, and you're told like not to like fuck with dangerous things, the minute you get to fuck with dangerous things, it's like, yeah, you lot are, like, you're fucking boring.
Well,
You need to step up the dangerous games to something even more dangerous.
You're correct. I thought about riding an Iskander once. That weren't going to work.
There's this video of some guy, I think in Palestine, who sings a song and he says, "Attach me to a missile and send me to." So I think that's maybe your next your next project. You go.
I'm going to send. I'm going to send Rick a video, and like this is like. This was last night, and it just it was probably the most stupidest. That's probably not even a word, but I'm inventing it now, guys. Okay, stupidest thing I think I have probably done during an air raid. Hopefully, maybe we can play it. Hang on, let me try and fucking find it. If we play it, it's going to be amazing. I'm just stood there in my underwear, like it's going to be top quality. Wow, where the fuck? Here it is. Okay, let me send that to Rick, and then he can decide whether that will be demonetized or not. I think that's pretty suitable. I don't think it's bad. There you go. This is like, there you go. Rick, you can like PG it or whatever you want. See if it's suitable for the stream. But I'm kind of at the point with it now where it's like there's just no fear anymore in like the air raids or anything. So you're just stood there like just big chilling. So yeah, if he plays it, you'll see what I mean. If not, I'll send it to you.
so there's no nudity or something, right?
No.
Okay, because we know you.
Yeah, I'm like, don't get me wrong. I'm stood in my underwear, like, but I've got a hoodie on.
Okay. I don't think we can see that you're in your underwear there.
Okay, that's good.
I peeked the video, so it's like too dark there to see. Okay, give me a second. I need to download it first. It's not that easy to do it here on the stream, but not that hard though. Give me a second. I mean to show it from. I cannot just display our chat in Signal, right? This is why I need to download the video. And for that, okay. I think you guys just talk meanwhile because it may take some time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the getting attached to a flamingo and being sent to some oil refinery, I think that would be a step up compared to playing with 120 millimeter mortars. I think that's like maybe the next step.
Look, like, don't get me like, I love like when we shoot the 120, it's like it's the best feeling in the world. Like, and it is. There's just something about it that's just like holy shit. Because like it just rocks your fucking world. Like people say like how many concussions have you got, and I'm just sat there like a lot, because just standing next to that thing will give you a concussion. but it's like you go like when people shoot the 82 mil mortar, they're like, "Whoa, holy fuck, this is cool," and like they get all like excited and stuff like that, and you go, "Yeah, now shoot that," and then they shoot that, and they're like, "Whoa!" Like mind blown, like it's like a whole different like universe when you go up. But it's like just it's so hard to explain, like unless like you need to like when you drop the bomb and it goes bang, it's like a whole different world has opened up to you. You're just like, holy shit, this is so cool. Don't get me wrong, like at the other end, it's not very cool, but
maybe with 155 or 152, maybe do you think they would give you even more that
yeah.
feeling, or do you think it's just because I mean with 152 or 155 you see the thing kind of like move backwards and stuff. I think it's probably quite a nice feeling as well.
See, I've never fired a 155 or anything bigger than a 120, which is actually quite depressing. Where like I've spoken to a few artillery guys and they're like, yes, you can come pull the lanyard, and they're like, yeah, sick. And then like it will come to the day like where like you can go out with them or something like that, and all of a sudden like you're put on a different task in or something like that. So you can't go pull that lanyard anymore. You're just sat there like, holy fuck! Like my time was so close. But like, I want to definitely push the button on the HIMARS because that'd be pretty fucking cool. Because like that thing just deletes grid squares on a map. Like,
but to be honest, I think one thing that can only be done in Ukraine and that would be quite sick as well is the Pion, the 203 millimeter.
Oh,
that one would be really sick to shoot.
That's actually
I've never seen one.
That's actually a mortar.
There's only very few of them.
Yeah, it's classed as a mortar, yeah, and I've never ever seen it, ever.
Yeah, it's a rare one. Yeah,
it's like.
My guess is that the number of units that have them is like very, very small.
Bro, like I've never even heard of a unit actually having one.
I've seen some videos on YouTube where they show some unit operating it, but it was a while back. So I don't know if they even produce shells for it.
But it's weird, like because I remember some guy was like testing my knowledge on mortars, and he said, "Name me every kind of like size mortar." And obviously in the West, right, in Ukraine, mortars fall under artillery, didn't they? So for me, it was there like, right, so we have a 60 mil, an 81, an 82, a 120. Like they're your mortars. Anything up from that is classed as artillery in the West.
Yeah.
And this guy was just there like, "Are you a retard, bro? Like, do you not know about the 203 mil mortar?" I was like, "No, but I want to know now. like tell me more now. That sounds big."
It's very big.
But yeah.
Hi, Aziza.
Hi.
Hello.
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 It's nice to see you, Aziza. How you doing?
I'm okay. And you guys? Happy to see you here.
And you.
Happy to see you too. Okay, I'm adjusting everyone. I'm putting you guys on the screen, and I'm ready to show the video of Fuzzy.
Yes.
Have
to watch my
phone. Yeah, you gotta get it. Not get it. Watch it on your phone. Give me a second. I'll adjust everyone first so you could see their reactions. Fuzzy and his underwear. No, guys, it's not that type of video. Don't worry. It's another type of video. I mean, I watched it a bit, but it's not like... Okay, Yoni, you're left. Only you left. Sorry. Just being slow because I need to watch it myself and listen to it. The sound is important there, so let's go. Come on. Okay, got it.
Just want to eat Chinese, mate. Trying to bomb me. Not ideal. There's one coming. You can hear it. Oh. Now. I think they do. Oh! Yeah. Oh! Shock. That's Chinese, isn't it? That's Chinese, isn't it?
Was the Chinese food good?
It was actually, yeah. That's at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm stood there eating a fucking Chinese on my balcony.
Not bad.
How tragic.
Oh, that explosion. Boom. Fuzzy, do you think it was incoming, or did they eliminate it in the sky?
No, it definitely hit because I saw where it hit when I looked out the window. I'm not going to say where, but I know where it hit. And it was just a big, like, giant fireball. So it definitely hit its target. But yeah, no, it was like, it didn't hit anywhere residential or anything like that. It hit where they obviously wanted to hit it, but it was very much like there was just loads of them like coming. I think only one of them actually managed to get into the city, but the rest of them were just all outside. But yeah, it's become so normal now. Like Ollie, the missus, she just sleeps through it. The only person, well, I say person, the only thing that has a shit fit about it is my dog. But that's about it, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the reality, guys.
Yeah, and I think we will have also shahed this night. Maybe even now. I need to open the window to listen.
This is great, isn't it? Like everybody's like, hang on, let's just listen.
This?
I promise you that Aziza, have Chinese food, right? And you're more focused on eating the Chinese food than actually like what's going on outside. It's great, I promise you.
You can listen here. It's like new shahed, new sound.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I could hear it.
It's maybe it's like, you know, like this is like розвідувальний, дуже швидкий.
Wow, Fuzzy started working somewhere in Rome, I guess. Look at him.
Great, isn't it?
Sorry.
Look at my view.
Reconnaissance, Shahid.
This is my new house. It's great, isn't it? I got this from Tusaka. I've been working there on my off time. They're great guys. You get loads of bonuses.
10,000 bottles of wine.
Yep.
Aziza, is it louder now?
It's like, I think it's 2. Maybe. Oh, you
there you go.
hear?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard.
We heard it. The explosion.
Online.
Oh, yeah.
Online.
Crazy.
Okay, let's all shut up and listen Aziza's window. Yep.
Ta-da-da.
Another incoming. Well, yeah, and I think you're still not under attack. We still don't have air raid siren. But yesterday night, you know what I mean, last night, in Kyiv it was also pretty quiet, but they attacked Lviv Oblast pretty seriously. Another explosion. Yeah, and they killed a family in Lviv Oblast. They totally leveled the house, and somehow one member of the family survived, and 4 others were killed. And among them there was a 15-year-old girl. And, yeah, guys, I want you to remember that behind every explosion, someone's life might be ending. So what you hear from Aziza's window right now is it's death. might be someone's death. Not necessarily. Sometimes those attacks are being done against Ukrainian factories, just the civilian ones, just to destroy Ukrainian businesses, as many of them as they can, because they want to damage our economy by destroying our businesses, and they just do it where, like, in the night when there are no workers, so not necessarily someone will be killed. But in many other cases, it will be. There will be some victims. And yeah, this is a sound of death and injury and destruction. Destruction especially.
Yeah,
Oh.
if even I'm smiling, it's not that just because I'm happy. It's just, nervous system try to defend itself.
Protect your brain.
So we can smile, but it's not because we are happy. Because in any case, it's not, maybe not me, but it will be another person now in big danger.
Yeah.
But they're all being launched from Akhtarsk, Crimea, I think that is. Akhtarsk?
Akhtarsk.
I think so, that Crimea.
Some of them are sent from Crimea, some from the Russian territory.
I sent you the Ukrainian thing. You'll have to bet, because my pronunciation's shit, bro.
Akhtarsk.
There you go, that place.
Aziza, is Akhtarsk in Crimea? Do you know?
I think no. Приморско-Ахтарска. Допуски с Приморско-Ахтарска. I can Google. I really don't know Приморско-Ахтарsk.
Primorsko-Akhtarsk. Here it is. Wikipedia, that's Russia. No, that's Russia, man. That's not Crimea. Oh, guys, we have one more donation. From Andreas Lech. He says, F Russia. I can say it though. Fuck Russia. For all. He says for all, and then he says rage donation time. Guys, we can always get over the goal, so rage donation time, whatever you can. $10, $5, $2. With this donation, we go $193 over the goal. Aziza, you won't believe it, but we reached the goal 6 minutes before midnight.
Oh my god, you are so great. Oh my god.
Thank you, guys. You are fantastic. We had a huge donation, $1,000 from Mr. T. He wants to stay anonymous, and he usually don't like to take the tickets or me mentioning his name, so I got used to it. And yeah, guys, so what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna work on the last tickets, and I think that's 100 more free tickets for you. So give pluses, and Nikki will be working on putting them into the spreadsheet. But I need to take a quick bathroom break while once I do it. What?
After your bathroom break, I think I will go sleep in not too long. But
that's a good idea. You can actually go to sleep earlier today than usually from this stream.
Exactly.
And don't feel any pressure that you left before we reached the goal. Guys, thank you so much.
Exactly.
You're letting...
and it's thanks to your people who donated, so
yeah,
amazing people.
You amazing people are giving Yoni the chance to sleep a bit more today. Thank you so much. Okay, from Mr. T. You guys talk about Yoni. I think since it's your last 3-5 minutes here, maybe you want to say something or ask something. Please do.
Yeah, we'll think about something to ask.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put pressure on you.
The last. Have you had any minus degrees yet in Ukraine, or is it still quite warm?
Not yet in most of Ukraine, but on some mountains in Carpathians we had some frost already. But maybe Fuzzy had it. Fuzzy, did you have?
I haven't had minus, but we had like severe flooding in Odessa, and a few people actually fucking like died in the city center.
I think you
they
and
drowned.
Aziza
It was
can
really
talk
bad.
about that a lot.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was actually
11 people died in
yeah.
Odessa because of this rain and because of corruption in Odessa. Like because of
Trukhanov
Trukhanov,
must go. Fucking short.
because our system, how to say in English,
Drainage.
yeah, them works not good, and we still need a lot of rebuilding, and it's all about corruption because of our head of the city, Trukhanov. And exactly after these days, we understood it's more that we can really save the lives of the people. Of course, it also was because of bad weather, but we can save more people. We can, and it's make us angry very much.
Do you think it could have? Obviously, I don't really know much about it. Do you think it could have been prevented like years ago?
Yeah, of course. It's this problem was before the full-scale war, so we had the same problem. It just every year, every time in this weather changes, we have same problems. But in this year, it was big problems because of a lot of big rain, and this is why it was more. You can see it's like more now powerful that we have a lot of problem in the city of in Odessa, and and our head of the city said that because we have no money for this, because we support Ukrainian army and we have to give this money, this is why we could not do it, and when, for example, we have the rally for that we wanted, we give our taxes more for the Ukrainian army, like taxes from our region. He said opposite that no, we could not give all the money. Like we need so it's it's very funny, but it's also scary. I could not explain it, and we will fight against this. We will
He's
not.
I just want to comment, like, so I read a thing about like the TRO units within Odessa, and a lot of the TRO units are actually complaining because they aren't receiving any funding or modern kit and equipment or supplies. So if they're saying that they're not receiving it, how is the money going to the army? You know, I don't understand it, because like there's a lot of Western weapons and equipment, and there's a lot of money being given to like the units and like other military assets within Ukraine, but yet when you Google it, like Odessa TRO, they're all complaining that they're not actually receiving any of this money. You know, like they're all complaining because they request the funds and they're not receiving them. So do you actually believe that he is giving the funds to the army or not?
No, really. I believe that he's lie, he afraid of the sorts of activists, because when we had the rally in front of his buildings, these buildings of head of the city, his person who helped him came to us, and he was veteran, but we didn't know about this. So we saw that maybe he was a veteran, and he said, why you are staying here? Everything is okay, and let's talk. Don't stay here with your banners. Let's go inside and let's talk, and we can discuss everything, and I can help you. I begin to work maybe 1 month ago with Trukhanov, and then 3 person from us went inside of this building, and they had a discussion, and we said to him some bad words, because of course he represented Trukhanov, and we were angry. And then he opened his leg, and he had this протез, як це буде англійською? Рік, скажи, як буде протез?
Protest.
Ти чуєш?
Prosthetics.
Prosthetic. And and he said, "Why are you speaking? Why are you speaking with me like this? I'm veteran. Like I'm no better than you." And this woman said, we are mothers, we are wives. We want to help our family, our soldiers, our relatives to fight better." And then they had this discussion, and he said that he want to discuss everything with us, but please don't stay here, don't make the rally, because I don't want to see it. And these women that are activists, they did everything for changes, many like years, and it was long distance of this fighting, and always it was not accepted. It was not supported by this Trukhanov and by the system. And if they ask something, they said, we could not give this to the army. For example, it was a topic about the machine autos, and as the women ask, why you have really great autos and you could not
Cars,
give
right?
cars,
yeah.
and you could not give it to the soldiers. And they said, this this is international organization gives this only for the civilians. They could not give it to the soldiers because they are very peacefully, and they don't want to support like military or in military way. And they have really big, great cars, like that could be perfect from. And no, it was small topic. Of course, it's like not about a big topic, but in general, like in this list of least best regions that support army, like Odessa region, like in the last place, like second place from the end, So Odessa region, Lviv region, so western region of Ukraine are much better.
Most supportive, yeah.
Yeah, more supported, and it's interesting that they have more understanding. For example, for this memory action, like in the morning. So it's all everything is like united with the souls of the people. So if you have more understanding of this war, if you respect the fallen soldiers, if you donate more, you are more like you understand this time better. And so that is why we also support this movement of minute of silence in the morning, Azov rallies, because it's like all about your understanding of this time, why you have to donate, why you have to push your government to support army, why you have to be active.
Guys, do you know that actually the day before the flooding, before people died, Ukrainian veterans and soldiers went out, take to the streets on the protest against Trukhanov in Odessa. And and the next day people are dying because it's being flooded. So their demands is to create the military administration. Lost my voice. I think it's for Azov consequences, or maybe I just am choking on something. So there is still no military administration created in Odessa Oblast. I think it's already created in every oblast, and Trukhanov is blocking it. He's blocking it for 3.5 years because he wants all the control, all the money, and he doesn't need any other administration that will be competing with him. So they are demanding, the soldiers are demanding him to create, or at least to not block, to create that administration. And of course, there's going to be another head. It can be mayor. This is going to be a regional administration with some military as a head of that administration. Then the support for the Territorial Defense Brigade will be possible. And not only Territorial Defense, there are other brigades that are based in Odessa, and they are not being supported. Odessa Oblast, and they are not being supported by the local government. And that's a fucking shame. You know why it is happening? Because Trukhanov was an openly pro-Russian element until 2022. Right now, he's actually traveling to European countries time to time. Well, at least I think once per couple of months. And he is talking about the great Russian culture there. He is basically advocating against Ukraine for the Russian world. So that man is a Russian asset, openly Russian agent that is speaking Russian, that is also promoting Russian culture and blocking the changes of like the names of the streets from Russian to the Ukrainian ones, because in Odessa there are still a lot of streets named after some Russian occupiers, both historical and just goons, So he's a chort. He's a fucking Russian chort. If you remember this word, guys, that means imp. So basically the helper of the devil, and in this case the helper of the Putin. If we take Putin, well, Putin is not a devil, not that too much. How do you say that? Not too much credit should be given to that fucking pathetic piece of demon, that he is. So Trukhanov is the helper of that. So Yoni, I know that we're already breaking the promise to let you go earlier to sleep.
No worries. It was interesting to hear because I've heard about Trukhanov before, but I don't know much about him. So it was interesting to hear that part. And
Yoni,
thanks for having me.
Last thing, do you know that he was the one ordering Sternenko 3 times when Sternenko lived in Odessa, ordering to kill him?
I didn't know that it was him personally, but I knew that there were attempts on him, but I didn't know it was him. But
Sternenko says that he knows, that he has the proof, but he cannot say from where. And I believe Sternenko.
Hopefully they'll be able to get rid of him, but seems like a complicated task because it hasn't happened in 3.5 years. So he's a powerful guy, but let's see what happens. And but anyways, thanks again for everyone who donated today. That was really amazing, and thanks for having me. And anytime you need someone to come on the stream, I'm always happy to join.
Yeah, Yoni, you bring an awesome perspective here, so thank you very much for being here today, and it's always a pleasure. Guys, subscribe to Yoni's channel, please. It's in the name of the stream, Askola Geopolitics. That's him. He's posting the videos daily or once per?
No, twice a week.
Twice a week. And those videos are about the Russian-Ukrainian war.
Yeah, some of them are about that. For example, today I posted a video about Pavel Durov and Telegram and how and whether he's a Russian asset or not.
And what's your conclusion? Or no.
I didn't give a conclusion in the video, but there are too many suspicious things about him for him not to be somehow in some sort of deal with the Russian government. We just don't know what type of deal it is, but there's some deal that he has with the Russian government, because otherwise he would not be able to travel to Russia as often as he does. And I mean, it's just too suspicious that on the day of the election, he posts these pro-Russian messages on Telegram and Twitter and so on. So I think he has some deal with Russia. I don't know what it is, but that was the topic of today. But sometimes half of the videos are about Ukraine, and the rest mostly about U.S. politics or things like this.
Well, it's all connected right now.
Very interesting.
Yep. So guys, go watch the video about Pavel Durov, because a lot of us are still using Telegram, and it's not really smart, to be honest. Yeah.
Sounds good. But thanks for having me, and hope
Thank
you have a
you.
nice Sunday evening, and see you
Good
soon.
night.
Good
See you
night.
later.
Bye.
It was good seeing you again, bro.
Good seeing
Take
you.
it easy.
Live long and
Thanks.
prosper,
Bye.
my friend. Bye. Okay, guys, it's 3 of us left, and ideally we need to finish in the next 40 minutes. Would be just perfect. But Aziza, tell us about the disappointment that you got. Was it a disappointment, or maybe you were relieved? Do you know this word? Relief?
Mm.
Може, навпаки, ти полегшення відчула, коли ти не пройшла цю
No.
відбір?
Sense is not, you know, I really didn't wait for the good end, you know. I didn't wait for the grant. So for me was more important to have supporting or understanding, or maybe even not understanding, but like good conversation, you know, friendly and supporting in some way. But it was very stressful, toxic relationship, like conversation between people who were учасники, how to сказати?
Participants.
Participants and mentors. So they called themselves mentors, and they judged. So they they said, we want to say critic in English. Criticism, because it's very important for the artists. It's very important to be honest, and this is why we want to say that you are not everything. Like they said everything in a very smart, intelligent way. But in this intelligent way, they said that we are great artists and great creators, and you are nothing. And in general, that Ukrainian artists and Ukrainian art are very naive and not modern in general. That is like naive modern art. That we have we are stupid in general. We didn't. We are not educated, and we have to do something more interesting for the Europe, because in Europe we have another process and they are more deep in the art and in everything. And that is why, and it's touched me a lot because it was topic about Crimean prisoners. So Fazi, I want to explain that I created the idea of project about performance about Crimean prisoners and about Crimea through the performance, through the art, through the dance and theater. And I wanted to it was like competition between different artists of south of Ukraine. So it was artists from Kherson, Zaporizhia, Odessa, and different regions. And I was from I was one Crimean Tatar from Crimea, because it was Ukrainian girl from Crimea also. And it was very, very toxic way of conversation, and it's touched me too much. I don't know why. I cry all 2 days after this presentation, because I felt myself very like I'm stranger through the Ukrainian, because they could not understand difference between Crimea and another regions. And first, because we are under occupation more than 11 years, and another part is like another part of civilization, like it was another state in the history, and we had a little bit different positions than Ukrainian. Because if you, for example, from Odessa or from Kherson region or from Berdyansk, for example, it was a person from Berdyansk, you are still Ukrainian from Ukraine, and when you are Crimean Tatar, you're from Crimea, and if you were deported, like your nation were deported, so it's a different story. And there was main problem. They said, Aziza, Crimean Tatars it's very mainstream topic. Everybody talk about Crimean Tatars.
Motherfuckers.
And if you want be more successful, if you want that somebody support your idea, you have to, for example, choose the topic about Greeks in Ukraine, or for example, Roma nation in Ukraine, or for example, another small nation, and be not so mainstream. Like, and they compare me with Jamal. I don't know why. I don't know why some Ukrainian always have this stereotype. They always compare somebody with Jamala. If you, for example, woman, and you have you have a voice like a woman, and Ukrainian Tatar, like they even said, we don't need you. We have Jamala. Jamala had this big project with about prisoners of war 5 years ago with the Crimean platform. And it's another mentor. She said, I did this project, and I understand that it was she said that it was not art, it was like political I forgot how to say, I forgot this word in English and in Ukraine. So she said that it was very political project. So I was, now I'm not like, I'm not я не задоволена тим проектом. So it was big problem, but it be big project, but it was like не маніпуляції, я забула це українське слово. So she said that it was not good choice to do it because we have another small nations, and why we always talk about Crimean Tatars. And I said that I have another feelings because I didn't see the voices of Crimea in the way of the art, really, in way of something not like for them like propaganda, like stupid something, but really when you can touch the hearts of the people, when you can create something really interesting and modern. I don't know somebody from my nation that did performance with, for example, with Buto dance or with animation of theater, of puppet theater. Nobody did it because we have no people. We have no voices in Ukraine, and the diaspora who live, for example, in Germany. It's I saw what they did. They did really really naive projects, for example, like academic concert or watching these films about deportation. So they didn't do something very modern that can have influence of the intelligence community in Europe. So they didn't do something really interesting. And for me, I saw that it's really important project. And for me, like people who are in the Russian captivity, they are really in big danger. And I can use my art to do it. So I really don't think that art is more important than the topic that we have now in the war. And they said, so my mentor said, Aziza, it's in the beginning of full-scale war. You can stay with banner and say something. No, like we have to be more like deep, like I don't know. But I said, but I'm deep. I will be not with like banner free Ali Mamutov. It will be dance. It will be something not directly. It will be something interesting. But they didn't understand me, and they said they said, you're too much впевнена в своєму проєкті. So they want
Впевнена is you're too. Oh my god, sorry Aziza, I'm failing you today because
like you are too much sure that you are right, that
you're too confident. You're too confident.
Yeah, you have to ask us about it because a lot of people brought only conception, like ideas. For example, one person, she said that she saw a lot of monuments that hide from the shelling, and she makes this she compares how people try to hide the monuments. She wants to hide her parents and families. And so she began to hide the parents with the materials, and so they begin to be like sculptures. And she want to make the performance when people will like father, mother, and the daughters will come in the room, and she will make this, hide from the with the materials, and then she will hide the audience that came to watch this performance. And she will, and it will like this performance will be about how you cannot protect somebody, how so. And for example, this idea was very, very the mentors were very happy to see this idea, and I think it's a really good idea. So it's more about that a lot of. So we have this discussion today, last day, and some of the artists said too that it was too much toxic conversation. Like we have somebody like mentors, and they are from the mountains of the great level of their talents, want to say that we are stupid, or like Ukrainian, or like young people.
So they liked only one project?
No, there is a lot of different project, and in any case, in like most of this project were like successful, not so. So it was only me, like they said a lot of really aggressive words to me. And when I said this to the mentor, he said, "You was aggressive to us." And what I did, I'm singing to song, and I reading them my text. And it was about my, so a lot of people make this, representation with computer they call a slide. They would say yes,
slideshow.
Slideshow, and like they talk and like very slow, and my representation was very representative, and they said you was very aggressive. This is why we were also aggressive, and said to you a lot of like words about this. You can watch it, unfortunately in Ukrainian. No, so you can watch and you can understand the feelings from this.
Okay. Do you have it on your channel?
Yeah, I posted.
Was it? So it's a video, right?
Yeah, it's a video.
I'll watch it 100%. And
it's like I know Fuzzy. It's like absolutely nothing if you compare it with our topics in Ukraine, but it's just a small part. Why I think that art is important, like influence of these people who are in different countries, because we can say in another way about our problems. And I wanted to really say about, of course, it's my of course I respect all problems. Like I respect people who are from the Berdiansk and who are from different regions, but Crimea is my topic, and I want to say about this.
But this is like what I want to say here is it sounds like you're like with your art, it's more personal and from experiences that you've had, and there's a lot of emotion that comes with that. So to me, it sounds like there's a lot of ignorance on their part because it's like you're trying to express a topic that you understand completely, that so it's like you're more confident in doing art and like expressing yourself about that situation because that's what you know about, that's what you've lived and experienced. And that's kind of also what art is for. It's about self-expression and stuff like that as well. But it sounds like these guys, they just want to, rather than it be meaningful to like the artist, they want it to be like oh wow, like,
popular,
that's really cool.
Popular, I think.
Popular, yeah.
They want
so
to make it
to
popular.
me, it sounds like that person's a little bit of a gandon.
It was Ukrainian, Aziza.
Yeah, it was Ukrainian from like.
No. I mean, he said the Ukrainian word. He said, I think that person is a bit of a handon.
Handon.
Yes, that's what he said.
No, I don't want to say bad words about, because it just
no. You don't have to, but I can, so I will.
Even you told me this, and I really now understand one thing, because I know some artists from China that also very political, and they didn't they say some message very directly, because there are some topics in our world, in our time, that have no like something between. They are very you can understand it directly, and sometimes you have to say about it, and maybe just another style and another way of art, I don't know, like. And it was no, but you are really right in the way that um in like after my day of crying, I understand that I really have the right to say what I want. And
Absolutely.
it's
Yeah.
my world, it's my instruments, and I can do it, and I have to respect myself, my vision, because it's me, and nobody can like did something like so one person, like one team from this artist, they said, we didn't know that we will see this relationship that build like vertical, that somebody are higher than we, and somebody said from this level to us how we have to do, not like we are same and we are friends and we can like discuss. It's like more systems that we don't like, in artists don't like such conversation. And she said to organizer, you have to prepare us for this conversation, because we didn't know about this. And for example, if I would know about what I will meet, maybe I will never go, because I don't need the stress. I have enough stress in my life
Yeah.
to meet somebody who will say to me that you are not artist, or like
Did they said it to you? Did they say it to you?
in not direct
Not
in not
directly.
directly way.
I thought
Because
maybe they went so far and told you you're
they
not an artist.
they said that it's not the art in the sense of the art, like great creator and artist have to always be in the process of searching. You have you so what first question he asked me, do you have a problem in your project? What's the what слабкие места,
Weak
weak
spots.
parts in your project? And I said, yeah, I have this and this, and of course. And he said it's technical, technical problems, but more maybe deeper problems you have. And I begin to think, yeah, of course I have deeper, because I have to like research myself. I have to find something really mm, full of truths. Like I have to just work with myself. It's dance, it's a plastic work. I have to work a lot. And no, you have to find the problems in your conception, because it's a way of the creation of art. If it's like constant structure, is not the art. It's like you are like. And he said in a very very
Toxic way.
intelligent way, like
Intelligent.
and when you have such pressing from the smart person, it's very hard to protect yourself, because you begin you for example, after the time I could find a lot of words and understanding, but in the moment of this discussion I just can cry. I don't know, because I really have maybe mind problem and I could not like be very strong. And it's not like it's something very something very very bad to me, but it's just my reaction of everything, because for me it's very, for me in the general, every person is very important. It's my philosophy. I could not like speak with a person and say that, fuck you, really, I could not say it. I have to like I can even understand this person, and always ask myself about like maybe it's also my problem because I try to understand this person and this message to me.
But Aziza, you already made progress. You're not trying to understand Russians anymore,
Yeah.
or pro-Russian elements. So it doesn't
Yeah.
work with everyone. You see, I don't want to express my thoughts yet. I want to begin with the thoughts of rollers, because when you were telling this, they were commenting a lot. Paul Deberitz said, that is so much bullshit. I'm European and studied art history, and the Ukrainian art and music is awesome. So Paul Deberitz has an expertise in this. And what they told you about Europe is not looking for something like this is fucking bullshit.
Yeah, we also had some discussion. I don't I don't remember with who. It's like it was like this. They know about European like reaction of our culture, and they saw that we are worse, that we are like smaller, and we are naive, and we are not enough good for
Wait.
European people.
That's a fucking menschenwartist.
Yeah, but he
Motherfuckers.
said because we are not educated, and he said I thought a lot of performances in Europe, and I want like if I could, I want to give you like this cheap and what everything that I saw and give you that you will be more smarter, and you will know a lot of that you will not did this black щоб ви не робили чорний квадрат знову. Like somebody did it, so don't repeat somebody. So you have for this you have to know about this history of art and history of European art and like something about this.
Fuzzy decided to go to Crimea now.
But it's Black Sea.
Black Sea.
But this is ласточкине гніздо, як це сказати англійською?
I don't know Lastочка in English. Sorry. I can do it now. But guys, those motherfuckers who treated Aziza badly, they just have the inferiority complex. They told her that in Europe they have the greatness and we are not educated. Fuck you. We know something about the art in Ukraine and in Crimea, and it's just the inferiority complex. These guys seem like they know European wisdom, and you little Ukrainians, uneducated, we will educate you. We will show you what you can't do. As I said, this is a typical school situation where a kid has the як це там, кругозір, із нього роблять точку зору. So the kid has like the huge world, and the school is aimed to make it a point of view, not the whole world view, but just a point. Just make that huge space some point. So they just want to point you at some exact direction. That's their goal. And any other direction, they don't accept it. They say it's not okay. And
but what interesting is that they really have a lot of projects with European different internet. Like one of this mentor, she had a project with a Crimean platform, and she said about it that it was like a not good project because it's like more political. And what they said also, European people like our naive art, like Primachenko and Ukrainian folk song, and it's like it's like they are imperialistic countries, and this is why they like something naive from Ukrainian. They are Ukrainian songs, folk songs, and something naive, primitive art like Primachenko, and another like so it's like pattern of you. So that is why we have to create modern European art, not naive, not be like more European people, be something like this.
The thing is, right, is when people turn around and say you're not educated, to me that shows that they're not educated, because it doesn't matter what level of education you've got or where you are, where you have been educated, right? Somebody will always know something that you don't. And the fact that you want to do about like the Crimean history or like history that you've experienced or stuff like that, and they're not interested in that, to me that shows their not only a lack of empathy, but like a lack of their education. Because it's like, why, like, for me, history is very important. Everybody should know more about history. And the more you focus on modern, the faster the older stuff dies out. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, obviously, everything eventually will die out, but if you can keep it current, like, why not?
I want to read a bit more messages from the chat. Denise Freund was saying, "You are amazing, Aziza. Your art is unique and touches the soul. People who judge you negative are soulless idiots who don't understand history. Some idiots play politics, and I'm sorry for that." Paul Deberitz agreed with that completely. And I also agree with that. It touches my soul, it touches the souls of, yes, I'm not educated in art, okay, but we have some educated people here in the chat, like Paul, for example. And he completely disagrees with those people, and it seems like they really want to play politics. You see, they want to make you do what they want so the Europe would like it. This is bullshit. We don't need to do something so someone would like it. This is not art. The art is when you're expressing yourself in the way you like it and you think it's. And one thing, if you didn't have dozens of people who really like it and appreciate it, that would be one thing. But you have us. You have like dozens of us who really like this art, who appreciate it, and you let yourself being hurt by those soulless people, really, because they are fucking snobs. I don't like snobs, and I'm being angry, and I'm really sorry that they made you feel sad and hurt, and not angry. I would love to see you like raging out on them. Like, what the fuck are you? Go fuck yourselves, you know, like.
Yeah. I remember we met. So I had a partner, Halina Jikaya, with me. So it's like second person in my team, and she met her friend, a Crimean Tatar soldier in Mykolaiv. And we also discussed this topic, and he said to me, they said you was aggressive, you had to begin like crash everything. Yeah, I'm aggressive, like I wasn't aggressive, now I'm aggressive.
Exactly. That's
It's like they said that not like that Europe like it, that did something that can have something that can build something new in this European culture, not like do something great for European culture. It means that did something in same level, and not naive and not from Ukrainian level.
I think first of all we need to do things not for Europe. And this inferiority complex that Ukraine needs to do things for Europe and we need to become better. Europe has a lot to learn from us, for fuck's sake, in so many regards. And all of this, I hope I'm transferring some of that rage to you, Aziza, and you will become angrier, and I'm just sorry that they treated you this way. True Rick, tons to learn. Exactly. Aziza makes amazing art, Cougar Town says. And Paul Debritz, by the way, said, "My entire family are artists and teachers." Not just him, his entire family. To tell an artist to express what they want to is crazy. To tell someone not to speak and share their people's message through art is bordering on genocide. Wow. One Grail. That's a very interesting
Oh, it's interesting. Very great
interesting point.
comment. I
I'm-
have to.
I'm
like,
gonna
make
send it to you.
screenshot.
I'm gonna copy and send it to you
Thank you.
on Telegram. But fuck, that's a very good point, One Grail.
Yeah, like he said to me that you are on the same level, like person from Berdyansk, from Odessa, Zaporizhia. You are like not like I really don't think that I'm better for like somebody from Berdyansk. No, but it's a little bit different topics for me.
The contexts are different. We in Ukraine, yes, we were completely occupied. But first of all, we had more people. Just statistically, we had, I think, 5 to 10 times more million people in Ukraine than you guys did. How many Crimean Tatars you had before the first deportation?
First deportation was third deportation. Like it was first occupation was in 1783. So it was like when Catherine of the Second occupied Crimea, and in that time, 19% of Crimean Tatars or of the population of Crimea were Crimean Tatars, and then it was 2 waves of how to say, part of Crimean Tatar ran from Crimea to Turkey and to Romania. And in the end of deportation, like in the end of 1945, it was like 25% of population of Crimea. You can imagine. So during the occupation by Russian Empire, we lost a lot of people because they ran from Russian Empire to Romania and to Turkey. And so we have only 25%, and like 400,000 Crimean Tatars were deported to Uzbekistan, and so 36% of our population died. So it's like 34% of our nation died during the deportation and the first years in camps in Uzbekistan, because they have no food. They had no food. They have no water. They had really hard work in camps. So it was like prison. Like you can live only in village. And so because of this, 46% of our nation died. And of course, like not everybody came back to Crimea after the Soviet Union crashed. So we lost a lot of people.
Yeah.
And now in the Crimea live, I think 100,000 Crimean Tatars. 17,000 left Crimea during the full-scale war. 17,000 left.
So how many 100,000 lives there right now?
I think
Скільки? 100 тисяч?
Так, десь так. Я можу загуглити, скільки зараз проживає. Хоча ніхто не зможе, напевно, порахувати.
Yeah, no one can tell for sure, but wow. So, guys, it's around 100,000 people live. I mean, Crimean Tatars live in Crimea right now. There are also some Ukrainians, but I just didn't want to call those Ukrainians who live in Crimea still not people, because all the Russians, they live there. They're basically not people, but there are too many Russians there now, I think.
It's like, I just want to add on that as well. It's like my friend, he's Ukrainian. His mum, well, he's from Crimea. His mum still lives in Crimea. So she has a Russian passport now, and she's turned around and said, like, when she comes to Ukraine, because obviously it has her address in it that says Crimea, she had to do a polygraph test to come in, and she was saying, like, because of this passport, she feels like the Russians have like stripped her from like her identity, which to me is like it's bullshit. You know, like it shouldn't have happened. But they're allowed to get away with it. You know. I don't know anymore. It's
For like in Crimea, my mom also, you know, that my mom also lives now in Crimea, and
Yeah.
she had also Russian ID, but it's like Ausweis in Crimea, like Ausweis, and it was like titles, names of passport in Nazi German, like in the occupation like in territories that were occupied by Nazi Germans. It was like Ausweis, so documents that can help you to go somewhere, to like to live. It's not like your something that can express your identity or your real thoughts. It's just a way of living in on these territories. And but with this instrument, of course, they have this influence of the world, on the world, and they can say, you see how people have their Russian passports, like Navalny, a wife of Navalny, said. Navalny said in front of some organization, she said, yeah, Crimea is a part of Ukraine, but you see, 1 million of 1 million of people had a Russian passports. So we can be like in different big like and we have to pay attention on this. So even for good Russians, it's a part of their world. So Russian passport, it's still the weapons.
Yeah. And guys, we like it's 5 minutes left until what I call the 40 minutes, remember? So guys, behind Fuzzy you can see Babusa, who was shooting their mortar at some point. Aziza, you're muted, by the way.
Oh, it's that time.
Yeah. So, now what I wanted to say, we need to do the raffle, ideally. I need to show you the flag that I got today from the guys that we're raising funds for right now. Guys, for the first time, I think, Fuzzy, maybe you also missed it. Maybe you saw it in the beginning of the stream, maybe not. Maybe you saw it, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Shit, sorry, I didn't do any impersonations of Trump today, so I just needed to do it. So guys, behold who we're raising funds for right now.
Wow.
Fuzzy, look.
That's sick. SSO.
Yeah, that's an SSO. So the car for Special Operation Forces right now. That's what we're raising funds for, guys. And this awesome flag of the Wolves, of the elite, Special Forces. These guys operate behind the enemy line. They go on the craziest of missions. And I think maybe even some of the Blackbeard group, not Blackbeard group, I wanted to say Black Sheep group, was thinking to go to SSO, right?
We was, yes.
So these guys are pretty tough, and not everyone can get through, I think, all the training and trials. Fuzzy, am I right? Do you know anything about it?
Like I've never been to one. I know a few people that have gone. But it's weird, right? So like some people have passed it and still been told, from my current understanding, they've still been told no. Because they don't, like, you can be the fittest guy in the world, but like if you don't have the right character,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
it's
You-
more than just a fitness test, that's for sure.
It's actually even, I think, more about your will, about
Yeah, like yeah.
and about your
Just like
ability
self-discipline.
ability to withstand anything, like
Mhm.
literally anything, and not break. So yeah, that's really, really, you need to be really fit in. So that flag, and I have these.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, that's such a damn, how do you call it, privilege to have it. So one is gonna be raffled, guys. I think he actually told me that he made a photo of 3 patches, and he said this is personally for you. And then he made a photo of other 3, and he said, but you can raffle this. So yeah, we're gonna raffle those that they allowed me to raffle. But I think this one is not allowed to raffle. Yeah, definitely. Okay. It even feels like too much for me. Like I don't deserve to have it. So okay guys, so I think that's, you had all the time to buy the remaining tickets. And so what? Stefan Bear is back to the chat, screaming fuzzy. Aziza. Stefan, are you drunk? So, guys, we had, I think, 2 more donations that I didn't mention. $20.74 almost an hour ago. 48 minutes ago. Catherine donated that. Sorry, it was 52 minutes ago. It doesn't matter much. But she said it in Ukrainian. Гроші з Норвегії на машину. Money from Norway for the car. Thank you very much, Catherine. And $20 from Jason Slobodyan. He says, this time for my niece. He usually is buying it for his nephews. This time it's for his niece. She will not want whatever it is on your raffle today, so she will give it to her brothers. That's funny. That's funny. Fuzzy's chatting hard there with the rollers. I like.
Sorry.
No, that's okay, man. I mean, I wanted to compliment that, not to say, talk to us, come on. Talking to rollers is very important. I'm slacking on that today, but I'm reading the messages, guys. I read a few messages. Aziza, I need you to know more stuff about Paul Deberitz. So, listen to this. My grandfather's uncle Per Deberitz's paintings are in the National Museum of Norway and the Modern Art Museum in Stockholm, Sweden. My wife's grandmother's uncle Hans Gud is one of Norway's most famous painters. Tideman and Gud, Tune was saying to him, Paul Good Deberitz. He's actually Paul Good Deberitz. So Videman Good is, and he says Tideman and Good Tune. I don't get the humor. I think it's some Norwegian humor, because he was laughing after that. Yeah, quite hard to fathom that, David Alston. Maybe I'm trying to work out the thinking where there was none. Yeah, probably, David. I saw your previous message. Probably not going to be asking us that question. Hard to hear that word like Ausweis has still survived from the Nazi occupation. We have such a dark history. Fuck all imperialist nations in history and today. Andreas Lack said that. Denise Freund, Aziza's great words, her knowledge, her style as an artist, and some mentors are dumb enough to not let her shine as the great artist she is. Stay as you are, Aziza. Aziza, this is also my message to you. Please stay as you are. Don't change. And fuck all of those who criticize you. There are always going to be people who will be either jealous and they would want to destroy you because they are jealous of your talent, or there are going to be people who won't understand you because it's not in their taste, not in their education, you know. This could also this could also be the fucking case. So please stay as you are, because we really enjoy your art. We enjoy who you are. And there are going to be more people. You will find more people in this world who enjoy this too. You see, in this community, there are so many people who enjoy this because certain people gathered in this community. You understand this? It's a people.
Yeah.
It's a people of some sort, and that's a pretty, I would say, a good taste sort. Okay, because if we had a bad taste, we would be listening to Tina Karol. Okay. Your music is so fucking stylish, Aziza. So, and your paintings too. So please,
Thank you so much.
don't listen to some. Yes, maybe they are smart and educated people, but fuck, even the most educated people can be dumbasses sometimes. Like, Fuzzy agrees with me, I think.
I was just about to say, it reminds me of a Ricky Gervais quote. I don't know if you guys know him, but he turned around and said, like, being stupid is like, it's like being dead. It's painful for everybody else around you but you, because you're stupid.
That fits. It was painful for Aziza, but I don't think they felt any pain.
No, because they're fucking stupid.
Yes. Uh-huh. So, I hope you're accepting these things that we tell you today. Me, Fuzzy, and Rollers.
Yeah, it's your thoughts really support my power inside of me to trust my heart, myself. Like, you know, when somebody says that you are not right and you are lost your truth, like you are, you know, I had the feeling that I'm selfish, that I don't want to develop myself, that want to research. But no, I'm not such person. I'm always ask myself about a lot of topics, and I'm always not sure in my like vision. I always try to find new way, but they push me to think about myself that I'm selfish. Like, you know, like stars that don't want to think that I'm not talented. Like, no, I had a lot of mm, such feelings of my weak places. I know about everything and I want to be better. I'm not like perfect, but 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 I'm not so, like, I have to support myself to survive, because if I will like did push myself harder, I don't think that I can survive and I can like continue do my work. So I'm not so a strong person, that I have to support myself to be not like in this darkness, because yeah, it's so hard for me with my state that I have now. So what you said to me is very important. It's helped me to continue to work, to do what I do.
Yeah, Aziza, the feedback of the people who enjoy your art is important, and it doesn't only come with art. I also have doubt in me, in my methods, in my approaches, and the feedback of the community helps so much. Your feedback helps too, Aziza. Whenever you thank me for what I'm doing, and for also supporting you, it also it's also a very important feedback. It gives me the understanding that I'm doing things right, and that might be sometimes not the most effective, considering that some fundraisers are being slower than others, but we're on the right path and we're not betraying ourselves. So it's also a very important thing to not betray yourself when you're trying to chase popularity. It feels like that's what they want for you guys. They want to tell you what to do to become popular in Europe, right?
To do something that can be successful.
Yes, successful is
So
popular.
it's like small, це не маленька ніша таких андеграундного так мистецтва. So they try to make in a like навпаки very authentic, something very weird art, like not so. That is why they said, Crimean Tatars topic are mainstream. It's like something pop from the pop art, and your way of singing is a folk music, because he makes this opera music, and he said it's like folk music. Even I'm create this music by my oven. He said it's folk music. It's not modern music, because modern music is a noise, because modern composers, they didn't make the songs, like they make the noise, they try to like record sounds of the water or sounds of different objects, so they don't like the melodies with the senses. So for such people, it's very primitive music, like songs music, like it's not something very intelligent, something very you can understand my topic. What's so for this but I said to them that my performance will be not only with my songs will be like part, like this is plastic performance will be with a noise music, with a abstract music, so it's not be like videos for my songs. It's not be like this. It would be very abstract action with sounds and with the plastic movements and dance, and some part of this will be with my songs, like a part of my poetry, like poetry, because it's the words can be poetry too.
Yeah, Aziza, a message, 4 messages from the chat from Jason Slobodyan. I wouldn't buy a Picasso, but I bought one of Aziza's paintings. Art is whatever you want it to be. Art is whatever you want it to be. Exactly. The next one. Do what pleases you, Aziza, not what pleases others. Exactly. You don't need to please them. You need to please yourself. That's also a very important point. Then he said, when I was in school and had art class, I called my creations Nart, because it was not art.
Yeah, that I also have such senses that if you say too much like your art, it means that it could be not art at all. So that is why I'm also have this feeling that maybe they are not right when
are
they
not
too
right.
much push this topic that we have to make the real art.
Oh my God, Rollers, she doesn't want to believe me. She's still saying, I'm thinking maybe they are not right. Maybe.
But it's hard to be sure, because they are very smart people. Very
Not smart, snob. They are snobbish. Вони сноби, вони нерозумні люди. Це люди, які вдають, що вони Найрозумніші, бляха. Мене так бісять такі люди. Guys, people who understand, who think, exactly, they are fake snobs, Slobodan says. Exactly. Fake snobs. So, the problem with snobs is they always present themselves as smarter. You think Arestovich is smart? He's a fucking con man, motherfucker. You know, they act like Arestovich. They know everything about art, and they will teach you, you know, and you will listen to them. People who, they just need confidence, you know. Snobs need confidence to seem as like smart people, but they can be really dumb. Fuzzy, where that was written, that fuck Putin?
On a Lada.
Lada? Oh, yeah, it's a Lada Kapot.
Yeah.
The hood of Lada. It's funny. It's funny. They think they are better, but they are not. They are less. I totally agree. Thank you for all that support. If they think Aziza is folk music, I can't imagine what they would say about the music most people make here in the west of Ireland, including that played at art installations, Laura says. Now behind Fuzzy we have his boy, we see his boy Boston.
I'm taking requests now from the chat.
Okay, so they are asking you to show stuff behind you. And we have Boston's emoji in the chat. So funny, just a ton that I see. Aziza, look at the chat. There's Boston emoji there.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, very cute. Rick's words are pure gold again. Thank you, Denise. I'm here to support Aziza and to say some bass time to time. Maybe you can take a tattoo course with your art, a few $100 per hour to work towards a studio. There's some troll, I think, there, because I think that person's messages were already deleted before, but maybe I'm mistaken. Anyway, Aziza, I don't think that she wants to do some tattoos. Oh, by the way, Aziza, is it your hair pink there? Is it or is it light?
It's a light.
Oh, okay. It looks like you painted it pink. Let's ruffle the flag. Let's do it. Guys, let's ruffle the flag. I calculated the money and I think we had everything. Awesome, guys. We had plenty of free tickets being given. This week, you bought 539 tickets. Pretty awesome. 539. Awesome. So let me see if I'm showing it to you on the screen. Not really. So I need to work on that and show it to you eventually. Here it is. From 1 to 539. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I'll press the button. So 3, 2, 1, and this beautiful flag goes to one of you, and it's clicking. I'm spinning the wheel, and the wheel is spinning, and doing the clicking sounds, and it stops now. The winner is number 363. Let's go see who that is. 363. Easy. 363. Hey, where is it? 363. Oh, yes. Elizabeth Rightholm is winning this fantastic flag from Yuri Mazur, who bought the ticket today. Yuri, thank you very much if you're still listening. Elizabeth Rightholm, congratulations. And we have the winner today. Give me a second. I will show it in the bigger scale. 363. Congratulations. I think it's the first time Elizabeth Rightholm is winning something here. Congratulations, Elizabeth. Nothing says embrace. Don't get it. Ah, that's Goober. Now we have Goober UA. Goober is Stefan Bear. That's his call sign. Stefan, take a call sign in the army. Goober.
I
Fuzzy.
literally just told him his new call sign's Goober.
Yeah. Fuzzy, what's that on his face? A face mask
Yes.
for a doggy?
Yeah.
Were you like giving him some cosmetical procedures?
Of course. He gets his nails done once a month.
Okay, wow, that's pretty impressive. Goober, like the food? No, I think like a silly boy. Elizabeth, are you in the chat, guys? Anyone seen Elizabeth ride home? Did she see that she's a winner? I think she left already. Okay, when you see her here next time, please tell her that she won this fantastic flag. And the ticket was from Yuri, so she has to thank him. And my cover got blown immediately by Rick and Mason. Laughing my ass off. Sorry, Goober. I thought you told this to rollers before, so they knew it.
He's a ninja now. He's in disguise.
Was he eating Goober piece? I don't know what the hell is that. Okay, now guys, let me do the last thing, and it's to donate the money to Helena and to Hostamel Shelter. So I'll begin with Helena's husband, Anton, because he has PayPal and Helena don't. So it's gonna be from Rick Rollers for Helena for IFAX with love. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Heroim Slava. So, what? I'm donating. That's gonna be quick. Aziza, did you want to say something more about the topic we discussed? Or because we're gonna finish soon and I don't want to go away without letting you say everything you wanted to say.
I want to say that during this days, I changed a little bit my my performance, like my idea, but I didn't change in general. So it's still same portraits of Crimean prisoners, but I did it through my self-portrait. So I changed my project, unfortunately.
Because of them?
Because of them, like because of this rules of this competition, but it doesn't mean that I will change my project, my ideas. It just like it was like game that they have in this, so they have ideas that I have to change something because this workshop about the changes of I have worked with this, but I didn't change in general I changed name, title, I changed some philosophical description, some text of, because they said that it too much. It was I'm sorry, I remember that they said to me, your presentation was like you're in the United Nations, not in front of us, that you're like it's your speech in front of the United Nations, but we doesn't need it. It was too much aggressive.
So, actually, the other thing that I just realized, I actually realized it like 1 hour ago when you were telling the story initially, but it seems like when they say it shouldn't be political, they kind of confess that they want to stay out of politics. And that makes them typical, not typical, but like those artists who think that art is out of politics. And art should not be involved in politics. I think that's the problem with them. they have this, Aziza, remember we were talking about the immature people who don't understand it, actually. You need to be interested in politics, and you cannot just say that, hey, why are you so negative? Come on, chill, relax, all that shit, remember? Why are you like being political? So it feels like these guys are just like these artists who want to be neutral, who don't want to. Did they all speak Ukrainian? I hope.
Yes, I speak in Ukrainian, and they're all like not all, but like, you know, they one from the Donetsk region, and most of them from the north or south of Ukraine. It just
What about the
they
experts? I mean, these mentors. Were they all speaking Ukrainian?
yeah, of course.
Okay, good.
They're all speaking in Ukrainian. Just they like thinking that you cannot be like too much like they want to make political maybe performance, but more abstract and more through your own problems. For example, if I have the problems of identity, not identity of mine, the identity of the nation, but for example, if I have sexual problems, like not sexual, how to say, gender problems, or something more closer with my own story, not like story of the country, story of the nation. So if you represent some story not about only about you, but also about another people, nation, or group, so it doesn't work. So it's like you have to be sure why you do it. So be not fake in this topic, and this is why they said, it political. It's like you are on the rally. So they said a lot of soldiers that I'm like on the rally, and I thought maybe I'm really begin to be such stupid person that begin to think in this way of transparency, way of something directly texts and manifests. So
And an explosion just happened.
yes, but in our era. So and I don't know. I want to create this paintings about Crimean prisoners, and I want to say about it. I want to say about Crimea, for sure. So my message was that Crimea is the key. So they didn't understand this topic, that Crimea is the key for me.
Та пиздець.
For
I'm talking about those explosions. Just listen to it. They keep pounding. Це все прильоти були, по-моєму, да?
я думаю, що це ППО, напевно, намагається його. Не знаю. Не знаю, в мене
Якесь ППО дивне, ну тобі я такого ППО не чув. Це звучить. Fuzzy, does it sound like an incoming to you? I mean, did it sound? Because it stopped, but it was like boom, boom.
I don't actually know. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell over the phone.
Just because they are near with me, near with us, this is why maybe it's so sound very
So loud.
So don't worry, everything is okay.
Okay, good.
So what I want to say that in any case, I will continue to do my work, continue to say about what I want, and I know that only me can represent my nation, like, and we have the problem that Ukrainians say about us, but we have to say about us because we know everything. We can say from our eyes, through our eyes, and that is why I will continue to. I will never like in future. I will never be part of such projects anymore.
Yeah, good idea.
I will think twice to go.
First, okay, so 2 things from Paul Deberitz for you, Aziza, in the chat. But before that, I want to tell to Michael Russo that I got your info, Michael Russo, but I need you to go log into your Discord where you messaged me and message with me there. Okay, check the messages there if you can, like once per at least few days, because I messaged you a few days ago. You're not replying, not reading. Can you please go back to the Discord and talk to me there? Thank you. Goober, thank you for 2 times 50 gifted memberships. I think all of them were given. Thank you, guys. If anyone else has the means to buy memberships, it would be very appreciated, because we gotta get, I think, 20 more, and maybe not from Goober because he has the regional price, remember? Just like Fuzzy. Fuzzy, are you laughing on that? The regional price?
Yeah, I was, yeah. I was there like, he's gonna fucking break that.
Yeah. Oh shit. Thank you though, Goober. I really appreciate it. It's $24. Those 100 memberships here in Ukraine is around $24. At least on my channel. But guys, on the screen for the last 10 minutes you have seen the donation of 2 donations that I made. $170 to Hostomel Shelter and $500 to Anton Krushtopin, the husband of Helena, for the medkits. So what Paul said, he said, Aziza, that sounds like they are making themselves look important to get money for their consultancy work. Basically, art grifters. Знаєш слово grifters? Ну, це ті, хто заробляють, просто, типу, гроші заробляють, але таким нечесним шляхом. Yeah. The air defense is responding instead of Aziza right now.
Yeah.
So, and the second one from him was, give me a second. Shit, it was here somewhere. Here it is. No, wait. No, it was not him. It sounds like... yes. It sounds just like 90s Norwegian art schools. Very old-fashioned. Коротше, це типу, можливо, просто дійсно якісь школи, які вже трохи просрочені, знаєш, років на 30. Вже, підхід такий якийсь старий, який вже, взагалі, не сучасний. Yeah, I agree with you, Paul. I mean, you know a lot about this, so we should believe him.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, guys, 2 a.m. here.
Mm-hmm.
This stream was going for 5.5 hours, and I started being really tired. I need to go to sleep. Rehabilitation tomorrow. Aziza will have the Crimean Tatar classes tomorrow, as always, right?
Yeah.
Fuzzy will probably have his deployment tomorrow. Look at his face. Fuzzy, why did you stay with us for so long? You needed to sleep.
Well, I'm big chilling. I don't sleep till 3-4 o'clock anyway, so big chilling.
You can't sleep so long?
No, I can, but I've kind of fucked up my sleeping pattern, so I'm good for the next 2 hours probably.
I'm not. Sorry.
No.
Okay. You guys. Wow. You guys are fucking awesome. You, Aziza, you, Fuzzy. Thank you for being my guests today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, guys, for this time together. It's really great to know you, to be with you.
And you rollers are fucking awesome. Thank you for all the activity in the chat, for all the donations. Wow. We had we raised funds pretty fast today. but we needed to have this conversation with Aziza, and it made the stream really great. So Aziza, thank you.
Thank you.
I would love. Oh, I think the air defense started working here too. Or not air defense, because we don't have an air raid siren here right now. And Goober also said that he heard some explosions in Kyiv, so maybe ballistics, I don't know. Maybe Trump again is blocking the reconnaissance data about the ballistics. We just don't know. But yeah, something is exploding out there. You can hear it. I look forward to your next concert, Aziza. Paul Debert says, not good to present a valuable target. I don't know what you're talking about. And Michael Russo, thank you for trying to log into Discord and message with me for a bit. Thank you. You will see the message from me there. Just type in there. Be safe, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Jump Far. Yep. Aziza?
Rick, probably I will be with the concert on 11 October.
Where?
In Kyiv.
In Kyiv. What is it like a festival or a solo concert?
It will be. Did you remember this Sabaka with? Did you remember this Crimean Tatars event in Squat?
Yeah. It's gonna be the same?
Yeah, it will be the same, but outside.
Is that guy who didn't really get you will be talking to you again?
No, he will not talking with me. So just will be like concert. Same project, same event, but without this guy.
Same project, same event, but without this guy. Got it. Rick, did you get my info? Thank you, Nikki. Rick, which file name? What file are you talking about? Discord. This is the app. You've been messaging into Discord, to Discord, or yeah, you've been messaging us there, and I don't think you need any file name for that. Who the fuck is Stefan? He sounds lame. Are you sure, Goober, that he sounds lame? Okay.
He's a dick, isn't he?
He is. Yeah. Which one of them? Goober.
A pair of them.
Pair of them. Okay.
I love him dearly, but he is a dick. Right, I'm gonna fuck off.
All of us gonna fuck off.
Right.
Fuck off, Ozzy.
Right,
Sorry,
guys.
man.
Thank you for having me. Well done on all the donations. Thank you for all the donations. I'll be seeing you all soon. Yeah, that's me. Peace.
Live long, prosper, brother.
See you later, guys. Bye bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Aziza, you too, good night. I think we need to finish right now.
Good
Because
night.
if we won't finish, we will get back to bed in half an hour or something. So let me show you. Because it all readjusted and people couldn't see it properly. Now they can. Okay. Aziza, hugs to you. I was really happy to see you. If next week is gonna be next week.
Yeah.
Okay, 11th is Saturday, so you're gonna be in Kyiv next Saturday.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
It's not like 100%, but like
There's a big chance, right?
Yeah, big chance. Yeah.
Okie doke. I'm happy to hear that. Wow, what a surprise. So, guys, we love you all, both me and Aziza. I know that I can say for her here. Hugs to you too, Aziza. And you have a good night and great
Good night.
day tomorrow.
Sweet night.
Yep. Live on, prosper, and donate, everyone.
Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. And the sun will rise over the free Donbass and Crimea.
Yeah.
Bye, guys. Love you all.
Bye.
See ya.
See you.